Welcome, gentle dreamer, to sleepy thrones' tales, where ancient kingdoms return in soft whispers of night. Tonight's journey will drift across silver seas into Atlantis, the lost kingdom of kings and forgotten treasures. Let the waves carry you where myths breathe like lullabies. The night was deep and endless, the horizon a seamless thread between water and stars. The sea spread outward in every direction, calm as though eternity itself had stilled. Upon this mirror-like ocean moved a solitary vessel, its sails pale as bone, and its wood seasoned by countless tides. It was not a ship of war nor commerce, but of seeking its path, guided by memory, rumor, and a hunger older than maps. The traveler aboard stood quietly at the bow, his cloak stirring faintly in the salt-laden air. He did not speak, for there was no one to hear, but his eyes traced the heavens as though searching for signs. The stars seemed unusually bright, their light forming a path across the waters, a silent invitation into the unknown. And then, faint at first, the ocean began to change. Beneath the surface flickered shadows, glimmers of light not born of moon or star. The traveler leaned closer, his heart slowing into the rhythm of the tide. He thought he saw arches of marble gleaming faintly, and towers so tall their reflections trembled in the waves. The vision was gone in an instant, swallowed by the sea. Yet it lingered in his mind like the memory of a half-forgotten dream. The wind shifted, carrying with it a fragrance impossible in the heart of the ocean. It was floral, sweet, and warm, like a meadow in full bloom. The traveler closed his eyes, breathing deeply, and when he opened them again, the horizon had transformed. What once had been empty expanse now shimmered with the faint outline of land. Atlantis. It rose like a promise, veiled in mist, its contours glinting under the moonlight. The traveler's ship glided forward as though summoned, each wave gentling to ease his passage. Closer and closer he came until the air itself seemed charged with an otherworldly hush. The sea no longer smelled only of salt, but of earth, blossoms, and something faintly metallic perhaps, gold itself upon the wind. The ship drifted to a halt just before a wide expanse of luminous sand. The traveler stepped ashore, his boots sinking lightly into the crystalline grains. They shimmered with a soft glow, scattering moonlight as though the beach itself was woven from pearls. Behind him, the waves continued their lullaby, but ahead stretched silence, silence vast and waiting. He walked slowly, each footstep pulling him deeper into this dreamlike land. The dunes swayed gently with silver grass, whispering in tones too soft for language. Beyond, the dark line of trees rose, their leaves shimmering faintly in emerald hues. Strange shadows moved within, not threatening, but watchful, as though the island itself regarded its visitor with calm curiosity. For the first time, the traveler felt the weight of centuries pressing around him, not heavy, but vast, like an embrace. This was no ordinary island, no forgotten shore. This was the threshold of Atlantis, where myth began to breathe, and the sea, ever gentle, whispered in reply. The traveler lingered for a moment on the beach, letting the crystalline sand press gently against his boots. Each grain shimmered faintly, scattering moonlight in soft hues of silver and pearl, as though the shoreline had been strewn with fragments of stars. The waves curled lazily upon it, their foamy edges glowing like spilled light before slipping back into the deep with a sigh that echoed through the stillness of the night behind him. The sea stretched out in infinite calm. Before him, the island beckoned, veiled in mystery and silence. He drew a slow breath, the air rich with scents unknown to the world beyond, floral sweetness, salt, and something faintly metallic, like the hidden promise of treasure buried within the earth. He began to walk inland. Each step seemed to carry him farther from the waking world and deeper into a realm that pulsed with myth. The dunes rolled softly, their crowns lined with tall grasses that shimmered in the moonlight. They swayed not with the rough movements of ordinary wind, but in a rhythm that seemed almost deliberate, as though the island itself was breathing. Beyond the dunes, a forest waited, its trees pale and tall, their trunks smooth as ivory. Their leaves glowed faintly emerald, shifting with silver tones when touched by the light. As he approached, the forest welcomed him, not with sound, but with an enveloping quiet serene, deep and endless. Only now and again did a gentle rustle stir, as though unseen creatures were moving among the trees. One such creature revealed itself, a stag, tall and slender, its coat shimmering like liquid moonlight. Its antlers glistened with frost that did not melt, each tine catching the faintest glimmer of the stars above. It lifted its head, regarding the traveler with calm, unblinking eyes, and for a brief moment the man felt as though he were being measured, weighed, and found worthy. Then, without a sound, the stag turned and melted back into the forest's shadows, leaving only the echo of its presence behind. The traveler pressed onward, drawn by a faint glow deeper within the trees. At the forest's heart lay a pool of water, perfectly still, a mirror to the heavens. Around its edges lay stones carved with ancient markings. He bent to examine them, his fingers brushing over symbols he did not know, yet somehow understood. They were words, not of language, but of essence, symbols that spoke of welcome, of passage, of thresholds crossed. He knelt and gazed into the water. For a moment, the reflection shifted, no longer showing stars, but shapes that should not have been there. Arches of white marble, high bridges spanning channels of water, golden light spilling from windows unseen. It lasted only a heartbeat, then dissolved back into starlight, but it was enough. Atlantis was not only real, it was close. Rising from the pool, the traveler followed the faint glow that shimmered beyond the trees. The forest thinned, giving way to open plains, cut by broad canals of water that shone like ribbons of liquid silver. Stone bridges arched across them, wide and elegant, leading inward, and there, in the distance, the traveler finally saw the first walls of the city. Perfect. Circles rose from the earth, smooth and gleaming, torchlight flickering upon their surfaces. Within those rings, shadows of towers stretched upward. Domes glowed faintly in the night, and the hum of a city long forgotten drifted across the breeze. The shores of the hidden kingdom had revealed themselves. Atlantis awaited. Traveler stood at the edge of the plain, the shimmering canals winding around him like rivers of moonlight. Bridges of carved stone arched gracefully above the waters, their smooth surfaces glowing faintly in the torchlight. Each step he took across them was hushed, as though the island itself urged silence in the presence of greatness. Beyond the last bridge, the city walls of Atlantis loomed before him, vast, seamless circles of white stone. Their curves were so perfect, they seemed not built by mortal hands, but formed by the shaping tides of eternity. Light flickered along their surfaces, where torches burned steadily in gilded sconces, casting shadows that danced in rhythmic patterns. From afar, the walls had seemed like pale ribbons drawn against the sky. Up close, they towered above him, vast and commanding, their height stretching far into the night. The traveler paused, his eyes tracing their circumference. They were not the crude fortifications of ordinary kingdoms, but symbols, each circle enclosing the heart of Atlantis, each layer a veil of protection, a measure of harmony. Between the rings, he could see glimmers of canals, gardens, and domes, all arranged with a symmetry that mirrored the sea's eternal rhythm. At the wall's base stood the gate, a towering arch carved of marble and bronze. Its surface was alive, with figures, sea serpents coiled beside kings, dolphins leaping above waves, chariots drawn by horses with manes of foam. The carvings seemed to move in the torchlight, their shadows shifting with the rhythm of the ocean beyond. The gate itself was bound with great bronze doors, each one rising higher than 10 men, polished to a gleam that caught and reflected the stars upon their surfaces. Runes traced in gold shimmered faintly, their meaning lost to all but those chosen to pass within. The traveler raised a hand to touch the cool metal, and at once a quiet hum stirred beneath his palm vibration, like the deep song of the sea itself. The air around him thickened, as if waiting for an answer. For a heartbeat, he wondered if the gate would remain shut, if Atlantis had judged him unworthy. But then, as the night wind shifted, the runes flared with soft light, and the bronze doors began to move. They did not groan, nor creak, nor struggle. Instead, they opened with the gentleness of a curtain drawn back at dawn, silent and smooth, as though they had long been expecting his arrival. A rush of warm air drifted outward, carrying with it the fragrance of blossoms, spice, and the faint, metallic temps of worked gold. Through the opening, the traveler caught his first true glimpse of the city within. Pathways curved in graceful arcs beside wide canals, their waters glowing faintly with captured starlight. Bridges stretched across them, leading to plazas where domes and towers shimmered. The sound of water trickling through fountains reached his ears, mingling with faint strains of music, distant yet soothing, as if the city itself breathed in melody. The traveler's heart slowed, his breath deepening. He stepped forward, crossing the threshold from myth into memory, from dream into reality. The gates of Atlantis had opened. The traveler crossed the threshold, and the gates closed gently behind him with a sound no louder than a sigh. He stood still for a moment, letting the scene unfold before his eyes. The city stretched out in perfect harmony, a vision of circles within circles, each one bound by gleaming canals that caught the light of stars and torches alike. The first ring was alive with movement, though not in the noisy fashion of markets or bustling towns. Instead, everything seemed hushed, ordered, and dreamlike. Marble paths curved beside the canals, their surfaces inlaid with veins of gold that caught the moonlight. Arched bridges of ivory stone carried travelers from one side of the waters to the other, their designs intricate with carved dolphins, shells, and lotus blossoms. As he walked, the traveler passed gardens unlike any he had ever seen. Trees rose with trunks of pale silver, their leaves glowing faintly blue, while flowers bloomed in radiant colors unknown to the waking world. Some gave off soft light, shimmering like lanterns, their fragrance drifting gently in the air. At their bases, fountains spilled water into channels that fed the canals, the trickling sound weaving into the soft music that still floated unseen. The air was filled with quiet life. Tall birds with long feathers of emerald and sapphire perched along the bridges, their songs slow and melodic, almost like lullabies. Silver-scaled fish leaped within the canals, leaving ripples that spread in perfect circles before vanishing into calm once more. Every movement seemed guided by a harmony deeper than sight, as though the city itself had taught its creatures to move in rhythm. Ahead, the second ring rose beyond another canal. The bridges that led to it shimmered like strings of pearl, their surfaces polished smooth. Beyond them, the traveler glimpsed towers of white stone capped with domes of gold, their peaks catching the starlight and scattering it into shimmering fragments across the water. Some towers leaned slightly inward, forming graceful arches above the pathways, while others stood tall and proud, as if to guard the heart of the city. Crossing into the second ring, the traveler felt the atmosphere shift. Here the pathways widened, lined with statues carved in the likeness of kings and queens long gone. Their eyes were set with gems that glowed faintly, not harshly, but with a steady warmth, as though watching over the city with care. Pools of water lay at their feet, reflecting the statues' solemn visages and doubling their presence in silence. The traveler lingered at one statue, a queen, with a crown shaped like curling waves, her features both stern and kind. The gem in her brow glowed faintly silver, and for a fleeting instant he thought her stone lips curved, as though she had acknowledged his presence. He bowed his head and moved on, his steps steady, his heart wrapped in calm. The night deepened, yet the city glowed as though it had no need of the sun. The third and innermost ring lay still ahead, its brilliance greater than the rest, rising toward the central palace whose domes gleamed faintly in the distance. But for now, the traveler walked slowly, savoring the dream that unfolded around him, the luminous city of rings, breathing in silence, waiting to share its secrets. The traveler's steps carried him along the golden-laid paths, deeper into the second ring. There, nestled between bridges and fountains, he came upon a plaza that widened like the unfurling of a seashell. At its heart lay the market of Atlantis, a place both vibrant and hushed, alive yet strangely serene, unlike the markets he had known in distant lands. There was no clamor of haggling, no sharp cries of merchants calling for attention. Instead, the air hummed with a gentle murmur, like the rustling of leaves stirred by a summer wind. Lanterns floated above the stalls, suspended by unseen threads, their light glowing in shades of blue, amber, and soft green. Their illumination fell over goods unlike any he had ever dreamed. Tables carved from crystal displayed shells larger than a man's hand, their surfaces etched with runes that shimmered faintly. Bowls held pearls that glowed softly, each one giving off a calm radiance, as though they had captured the moon's reflection from the sea floor. There were fabrics woven so fine they appeared to ripple like liquid, their threads glinting in colors that shifted with the angle of sight. When he brushed a hand across one, it felt as light as mist, yet warmer than wool. He paused at a stall where an elderly woman stood behind a table of polished stones. Her hair was silver, her robe of pale blue, and her eyes seemed to carry the weight of the sea. She smiled faintly as he approached and gestured toward the stones. Each one pulsed with a faint glow, as though a heartbeat lived within it. When he touched one, a memory not his own stirred in his mind, a glimpse of ships sailing under starlight, guided by songs sung into the wind. He drew back in awe, and the woman nodded knowingly, as though she had expected his reaction. Beyond her stall, another merchant displayed vessels carved from obsidian, each holding liquid that shimmered like quicksilver. When stirred, the fluid reflected visions, mountains of fire, oceans of endless calm, skies lit by unfamiliar stars. The traveler lingered, watching the images ripple across the surface, until the merchant closed the vessel gently and bowed. Music floated through the plaza, soft and haunting. At first he thought it came from unseen musicians, but then he realized it was the market itself, the gentle clinking of shells, the whisper of fabrics shifting in the air, the rhythm of footsteps across marble. Atlantis did not force its wonders upon the eye or ear. It invited them quietly, like the steady pull of a tide dot at the far end of the market. The traveler came upon a fountain carved in the shape of a trident. Water spilled from its tips into a basin below, where coins of strange metal lay scattered. Some glowed faintly, others were dark and aged, but all carried markings of kings, seas, and forgotten empires. He leaned closer and caught his reflection. Among them, as though the fountain whispered, all who pass through Atlantis leave a part of themselves behind. The traveler stood in silence, his heart wrapped in awe. He knew now that this was not a place of trade in wealth, but of memory and meaning. The Market of Wonders was a library without words, a museum alive, a song etched into the very treasures of the sea. He bowed his head before the fountain, then turned to continue deeper into the city. The path ahead glowed softly, leading him toward the innermost ring and the mysteries yet hidden. Leaving the quiet glow of the market behind, the traveler followed a marble path that curved toward the city's inner ring. The air grew cooler, touched by a faint mist that carried the scent of salt and water lilies. Ahead, rising from the canal's edge, stood a structure unlike any he had yet seen, the Temple of Tides. Sacred Heart of Atlantis, the temple's foundation seemed to float above the waters. Broad steps of white stone led upward, flanked by columns carved to resemble waves frozen in motion. Their curling forms twisted gracefully skyward, supporting a roof inlaid with mother of pearl that caught the faintest light and scattered it across the plaza. Like liquid stars, the traveler paused at the first step, gazing upward. A deep hum, low and resonant, drifted from within the temple walls, a sound that seemed not made by voices, but by the ocean itself. The rhythm of waves against shore, the sigh of currents in hidden depths, the whisper of tides moving unseen, blended into a single tone that surrounded him in calm. He climbed slowly, each step echoing softly. At the top, a vast doorway stood open, guarded not by soldiers, but by two statues of sea kings. Their crowns were wrought of coral and shells, their tridents held firmly at their sides. Their stone eyes glowed faintly with an inner light, watching as he passed between them into the temple. Inside, the traveler was greeted by a vast hall, open and airy, its ceiling painted with murals of shifting seas and constellations. Fountains lined the walls, their streams flowing into channels that cut across the floor in geometric patterns. The water shimmered with soft radiance, guiding his gaze toward the heart of the temple. There, upon a dais, stood the great altar of the tides. It was carved from a single piece of sapphire stone, polished so smooth it reflected like a pool. Upon its surface rested a shell as large as a man's chest, its iridescent surface glowing with hues of turquoise, gold, and violet. A steady trickle of water spilled from it, flowing down the altar's face into the channels below, joining the endless cycle that fed the canals. Around the altar stood the priests of the sea, their robes of deep blue flowing like waves. With every movement they did not speak, yet their presence was powerful. Their eyes closed as they swayed gently in rhythm with the humming song that filled the hall. One of them lifted his hand and let a drop of water fall from his palm onto the altar. At once, the shell shimmered, and faint images flickered across its surface. Ships sailing under storm, dolphins guiding travelers, the deep silence of ocean. Trenches, the traveler knelt before the altar, humbled. He felt the presence of something vast and ageless, not watching him as a man watches another, but enveloping him as the sea envelops all things. It was not a god he could name, nor a force he could command. It was the tide itself, the eternal rhythm of rise and fall, of giving and taking, of silence and song. A soft breeze stirred, though no windows were open. It brushed his face like a gentle hand, carrying with it a single thought, unspoken yet clear. You are seen. The traveler bowed low, his heart still, his mind at peace. Then he rose, the hum of the temple still echoing in his chest, and turned once more to the pathways of the city. The temple of tides had given him its blessing. The traveler left the temple with a calmness still lingering in his chest, as though The ocean's song had woven itself into his heartbeat. The marble path ahead curved gently, leading him into a quieter quarter of the city, where the sound of fountains grew softer, and the air carried the fragrance of unseen flowers. Soon he reached an archway woven not of stone, but of living vines, their leaves shimmering like green glass under the moonlight. Beyond it lay a vast expanse, enclosed within the city's second ringer, sanctuary where the wonders of Atlantis bloomed in endless, dreamlike splendor. This was the garden of eternal blossoms, tended not by hands alone, but by the harmony of the city itself. He stepped inside, and the air changed. It was warmer, scented with sweetness, so delicate it felt like a whisper against the senses. The ground was soft with moss that glowed faintly, casting a gentle light upon his path. Trees, with silver trunks, rose high above, their branches laden with blossoms of violet, gold, and pale blue. Their petals never withered, never fell, yet they shifted as though stirred by invisible tides, each movement scattering a shimmer of light across the garden floor. In the heart of the garden flowed a stream, its waters so clear they looked like glass. Along its banks grew flowers that shone with their own inner radiance, pale blossoms that gleamed like pearls, deep crimson blooms glowing as though lit from within. Their reflections turned the water into a moving tapestry of color, each ripple weaving new patterns as if the garden painted its own endless dream. The traveler paused beneath a flowering arch, where vines draped overhead in strands of silver green. He watched as butterflies with wings like stained glass drifted lazily through the air, their patterns glimmering with shifting shades of sapphire and emerald. They landed upon the blossoms, drinking from nectar that sparkled like dew, then rose again in slow, graceful spirals. Further along, he came upon a circle of statues, each carved in the likeness of Atlantean queens. They stood with hands extended, and from their palms grew living flowers, vines twining upward to form crowns upon their stone heads. It was as though the rulers of the past had chosen not to be remembered in marble alone, but to bloom eternally with the life of the garden. At the center of the circle lay a pool, perfectly round, its surface undisturbed. Floating upon it were blossoms that never sank, their petals glowing softly, their fragrance spreading like a lullaby through the air. When the traveler leaned over the pool, his reflection shimmered, then shifted. For a fleeting instant, he saw not his own face, but the garden itself gazing back at him, as though the blossoms carried the memory of all who had ever wandered here. He knelt, dipping his fingers into the pool. The water was warm, soothing, and as it slipped across his skin, he felt fatigue he had not noticed lift from his body. His breath deepened, his mind quieted. quieted further. The garden did not merely exist for beauty. It healed, it soothed, it remembered. Traveler sat beneath a tree of golden blossoms, letting the faint light wash over him. For a long while he stayed, breathing in rhythm with the garden, his heart slowing until it seemed to match the eternal tide that moved unseen through Atlantis. When at last he rose, the path ahead shimmered faintly in the distance. The city had more to reveal, and the traveler knew the wonders yet to come would be as extraordinary as those already found. The garden of eternal blossoms faded gently behind him, its fragrance lingering as a promise. From the garden's golden blossoms, the traveler followed a winding path lined with crystal lanterns. The faint glow of each lantern pulsed as though alive, guiding him through a quiet quarter of the city. Ahead, a structure rose that differed from the temple or market. It was not adorned with jewels, nor crowned with domes. Instead, it was solemn, vast, and silent, built from smooth black stone that gleamed like polished obsidian beneath the starlight. This was the Hall of Memory Stones. The entrance stood open, framed by tall pillars etched with spirals that echoed the flow of waves. Within, the air grew cooler, heavy with reverence, as though the building itself demanded silence. The traveler stepped across the threshold, and his footsteps echoed faintly, swallowed almost at once by the vastness of the hall inside. The chamber stretched outward, like the interior of a cavern, its high ceiling arching above in patterns that resembled rippling currents. Along the walls stood countless pedestals, each holding a single glowing stone. They varied in size, some no larger than a pearl, others as wide as a man's chest, but all pulsed softly with light, breathing in rhythm like living hearts. The traveler approached the nearest pedestal. The stone upon it was smooth and oval, glowing with a faint blue. As he reached out and brushed his fingertips across its surface, a rush of images filled his mind. He saw the sea stretching in endless calm, then ship-sleek vessels with sails woven of silver threads lacing across the waves. Voices sang in unison, their song guiding the ships toward distant shores. For a moment he was there, upon the deck, feeling the spray of the ocean, before the vision dissolved and the stone's surface dimmed once more. He drew back in awe, realizing at once what these were. They were not mere records etched in words or carvings. They were memories, preserved in light, captured in stone. Each held a fragment of Atlantis's story, its triumphs, its journeys, its secrets. As he walked deeper into the hall, he passed more stones, each glowing with a different hue. A golden one revealed the crowning of a king, the roar of the crowd rising like thunder beneath the marble arches of a palace. A green stone showed gardens blooming beneath rain that fell in colors of silver and rose. A crimson one revealed battles fought against unseen foes. Waves crashing as ships of fire clashed with Atlantean tridents. The traveler's steps slowed. He understood now that this was no ordinary archive. This was the soul of Atlantis, kept alive not in words, but in memory. The stones whispered to those who touched them, allowing the past to live again for a moment before sinking back into silence. At the hall's center stood a massive stone, towering as tall as 3 men. Its glow was soft, shifting constantly from blue to gold to violet, as though unable to settle. The traveler laid his palm upon it, and for an instant a flood of visions nearly overwhelmed him. Rulers crowned beneath golden skies, cities rising from the sea, storms that shook the world, voices calling across the waves. Then the visions stilled, leaving only the echo of one phrase, clear and gentle: all that was shall not be forgotten. He withdrew his hand, his heart steady, his breath deepened by the calm of the hall. The memory stones had shared only fragments, yet he sensed they held more secrets, still untold, stories waiting for another time. Bowing his head in quiet respect, the traveler turned back toward the path of light, ready to continue deeper into Atlantis. The traveler left the solemn hush of the Hall of Memory Stones, his thoughts still echoing with glimpses of kings, storms, and voices of the past. The air outside felt different, now lighter, fresher, carrying with it the sound of flowing water. Ahead stretched the great canals that divided Atlantis into its perfect circles, and across them rose the legendary bridges that led toward the innermost sanctum. They were unlike any bridges he had ever seen. Each one shimmered as though woven from moonlight itself, slender yet strong, spanning the wide channels with an elegance that defied stone and mortar. Their surfaces gleamed silver, casting a soft glow upon the waters below, where schools of luminous fish drifted like falling stars. From afar, the bridges looked like threads of light sewn across a vast tapestry, binding the city together in perfect harmony. The traveler placed a cautious foot upon the first bridge. To his surprise, it did not feel cold or unyielding, like stone, but warm, almost alive, pulsing faintly beneath his step. As he walked, the silver surface responded gently, glowing brighter where his feet touched, as though acknowledging his passage. Behind him, the glow slowly faded, returning the bridge to its calm radiance. From the center of the span, he gazed out over the canal. Its waters gleamed in shifting colors, sapphire, emerald, and violet, reflecting not only the moon, but lights from beneath the surface. Strange shapes moved far below, shadows of towers that seemed half buried in the deep. Ruins, perhaps, or secrets of the city's forgotten past. The water concealed them as quickly as it revealed them, a reminder that even Atlantis kept mysteries. Hidden under its gleaming face, crossing to the second bridge, the traveler noticed statues rising at either end. Carved from pale stone, they depicted dolphins leaping in arcs, their bodies inlaid with veins of silver that caught the light. Beneath them, smaller carvings showed hands reaching upward, as though mankind and sea together had built these paths. He ran a hand over the cool stone, feeling grooves that seemed to pulse faintly, as if the very bridges carried the memory of creation. The air grew still as he approached the third and final bridge. This one rose higher than the others, arching gracefully over the widest canal of all. From its peak, the city unfolded around him in rings of harmony, the shining towers, the glowing gardens, the winding waters gleaming like liquid stars. At its very heart, he saw the central island where the palace rose, crowned with domes that shone like molten gold under the night sky. The sight stilled his breath. Crossing this bridge felt different. The silver surface brightened more with each step, until it seemed as though he walked upon a path of pure light, suspended above the waters. For a fleeting moment, he no longer felt the ground beneath his feet. He was adrift, as if the sea itself bore him onward. When at last he stepped down, the glow faded gently behind him, sealing the path as though no trace of his passage remained. Before him stretched the gates of the innermost, circled the final veil before Atlantis's crown. The traveler stood in silence, his heart calm, his breath steady. The bridges had carried him closer to the truth, to the heart of a city that pulsed, like a dream brought to life. The traveler paused at the threshold of the innermost circle. Before him, the walls rose in radiant splendor, unlike the pale stone fortifications of the outer rings. These walls were fashioned of a golden alloy that shimmered as though molten, catching every glimmer of moonlight and torchlight, reflecting them in waves that seemed to ripple like water. They were not built to keep enemies out. They were woven to proclaim majesty. Their height was immense, yet their beauty was such that they seemed lighter than air. Patterns swirled across their surfaces, spirals of the tide, constellations of the deep, and crowns formed of coral and stars. At certain angles, the patterns moved, flowing like living currents across the walls, as though Atlantis itself was still breathing through its veins of gold. The traveler approached the great gate set into the golden wall. Unlike the bronze gates he had first entered, these were wrought from crystal and gem, vast doors translucent as frozen sunlight. Within their depths gleamed shifting colors, violet and pale blue, like the reflections of dawn over the sea. Carvings traced their surface, not battles nor kings, but waves, dolphins, and children playing in shallow waters, as though reminding all who entered that Atlantis was not merely a throne, but a home. He laid his hand upon the gate. It was warm, pulsing faintly, as if the city's heartbeat passed through its very surface. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the crystal doors brightened, their glow spilling outward like sunrise breaking across a horizon. With no sound but a soft sigh, the gates parted. Beyond lay the innermost circle of Atlantis, the place where its highest beauty and deepest secrets were kept. The traveler stepped through and felt at once the shift in air. It was thicker here, rich with fragrance of blossoms and incense, tinged with a faint metallic sweetness, like the scent of gold itself. The ground beneath his feet gleamed as though paved with starlight white stone, veined with silver and gold, forming paths that curved in perfect harmony on either side. Statues lined the way, not of rulers, but of guardians, mythical beings that blended man and sea, figures with scales glinting upon their arms, eyes like pearls, and tridents that seemed carved from lightning. Each one glowed faintly, watching in eternal silence, as if reminding all who entered that majesty was not without protection. At the heart of this circle rose the palace itself. Towers of ivory soared upward, their domes covered in gold so pure they shone like captured suns even beneath the stars. Balconies curved outward in graceful arcs, hung with vines that spilled blossoms glowing blue and violet. Water streamed down from aqueducts carved along the towers, falling into fountains that ringed the base, their spray catching the light in countless tiny rainbows. The palace was not merely a seat of power, it was a song carved into stone and light, a crown set upon the city's brow. The traveler's breath slowed, his heartbeat steadying as though lulled by the very presence of the place. He knew now that he stood not only at the heart of Atlantis, but at the center of a dream that had waited countless ages to be remembered. The golden walls had opened, and the journey into the heart of the kingdom had begun. The traveler walked slowly along the radiant paths that curved toward the palace at the heart of Atlantis. Every step carried him deeper into a realm where beauty seemed woven from dream and starlight. The air was hushed, yet alive with subtle sounds, the ripple of fountains, the hum of unseen energy, the soft rustle of leaves in glowing gardens that bloomed even at night. The palace rose before him, magnificent beyond any vision he had imagined. Its foundations were ivory, polished to a sheen that caught the glow of the moon and reflected it like a calm sea. From these rose towers of dazzling height, each crowned with domes of hammered gold, shining so brightly they seemed like suns brought down from the heavens. Between the towers stretched arches, inlaid with gemstones emerald, sapphire, and opal that caught light in shifting hues, creating a living rainbow across its walls. The main gate of the palace was a wonder in itself. It was not carved of wood or stone, but wrought from a single sheet of translucent crystal, veined with streaks of fire. Shapes moved faintly within the crystal, like drifting currents in the deep ocean. Around it, carvings traced the rise of Atlantis, ships sailing across endless seas, kings holding orbs of light, and circles of harmony binding the city together. As the traveler neared, he felt a hush descend, as though the palace itself recognized his approach. The air shimmered faintly, and the great crystal gate began to part, swinging inward with a sound like the breaking of a gentle wave. Beyond lay a grand courtyard. The floor was of smooth stone, patterned in spirals, its veins glowing faintly like threads of silver. Pools lined either side, filled with water, so pure it mirrored the night sky above, the stars rippling with each quiet movement of the surface. From the pools rose fountains shaped like dolphins and seabirds, their streams of water rising in arcs that fell back in soft cascades. Ahead, the traveler saw the great hall of the palace. Its pillars rose like forests of marble, each carved with spiraling designs that resembled waves climbing upward, crowned with capitals shaped like seashells. Between the pillars, lanterns of crystal burned with steady golden light, casting soft warmth across the stones. As he stepped deeper into the courtyard, the traveler felt the weight of history press gently upon him. This was not merely a palace, it was the heart of Atlantis, where rulers had sat in ages past, where wisdom had been spoken, where power had been tempered by harmony. For a moment he paused. The silence around him was not empty, but filled with echoes of all who had walked here before, voices of kings, songs of guardians, whispers of prayers carried into the very stones. Ahead, the doors of the great hall stood open, waiting. The palace of dawnlight was ready to receive him. The traveler crossed the courtyard slowly, his steps quiet against the silver-veined stone. Before him rose the towering doors of the great hall, wrought from bronze and crystal, their surfaces alive with carvings of waves that seemed to shift and shimmer in the torchlight. With a breath that steadied his heart, he stepped inside. The hall of echoing crowns opened before him in majestic silence. It was vast, so vast that his eyes could not take it all in at once. The ceiling arched higher than any cathedral, painted with constellations that gleamed faintly, as though the night sky itself had been captured within stone. The walls were adorned with mosaics of the sea, telling stories of creation, storms, and the eternal dance between ocean and sky. At the center of the hall stretched a long avenue of polished marble, veined with gold. On either side, thrones stood. In solemn rows not one, but many. Each throne bore a crown upon its seat, some wrought from gold, others from coral, silver, or obsidian. No two were alike. Some gleamed with jewels, others were simple, but each carried an aura of authority that lingered in the air like a memory. The traveler walked between them, feeling the quiet weight of countless rulers who had sat in these very places. Though the crowns lay empty, it was as though unseen eyes followed his passage, ancient kings and queens watching from shadows of time. Their silence was not cold but contemplative, as though weighing his presence, testing the heart of the one who entered their hall at the far end. Raised upon a dais of white stone stood the great throne. Unlike the others, it was not adorned with jewels or gold. It was carved from a single block of crystal, clear as water, glowing faintly from within, as though it held the breath of the sea. The throne itself seemed alive, its edges rippling with shifting light, as though tides moved within its core. Above it, a crown of pure gold hung suspended in the air, turning slowly as if borne upon invisible currents. The traveler's steps slowed as he neared. He felt the stillness deepen, the hall itself holding its breath. His eyes lifted toward the suspended crown, and for a moment he glimpsed reflections within it, not of himself, but of oceans, storms, and cities, rising and falling through time. A soft sound filled the chamber, then a low, resonant hum, like the voice of the sea carried through stone. The crowns upon the thrones shimmered faintly, their jewels catching the light as though awakening. For an instant, he thought he heard whispers, echoes of voices long past, kings and queens who had ruled with wisdom, power, and sorrow. The hall of echoing crowns was not only a memory of rule, it was a living record, a mirror of Atlantis's soul. And now the traveler stood within its heart. The traveler stood before the great throne, his eyes fixed upon the crown that floated above it. The crown was fashioned of gold, so pure it seemed to glow from within, its band shaped into flowing waves that rose and curled like the sea itself. Between the golden arcs gleamed pearls the size of stars, and at the very center rested a single gem of deep sapphire, cut so perfectly it seemed to hold the ocean's heart. The air around the crown was alive, shimmering with unseen currents, as though invisible tides surged and ebbed in endless rhythm. The traveler felt the pull of it in his chest, a subtle tug that drew him closer, as though the crown itself wished to be seen, to be remembered. He took a step forward, the hall fell into a deeper silence, and the hum that had filled the chamber grew stronger. It was not a sound one heard with ears, but with the soul, a vibration that resonated in his bones. The suspended crown began to turn more swiftly, its golden waves catching light in arcs that danced across the walls like reflections on water. And then, softly, a voice stirred. It was not the voice of a man or woman, but something deep, vast, carrying with it the weight of oceans and the hush of tides. It spoke in whispers that rose and fell like waves breaking gently upon a shore. Child of the surface, you stand in the chamber of memory. These crowns are not mere symbols. They are echoes of those who bore them, threads of the seas eternal. Song, each crown holds a voice, a fragment of wisdom, a shadow of power. Together they guard the soul of Atlantis. The traveler stood still, his breath caught. The voice seemed to come not only from the suspended crown, but from all the crowns that lined the hall. He turned his head, and for an instant he thought he saw flickers of light upon the empty throne silhouettes of figures robed in silver, their crowns gleaming faintly, watching him with patient eyes. The sea crown, the voice continued, is not of one king nor of one queen. It is the breath of all who ruled, bound into harmony. It is both gift and burden, for it carries not only glory, but sorrow, not only triumph, but loss. To hold it is to feel the weight of Atlantis itself. The sapphire at the crown's heart pulsed gently, glowing like a beating heart. The traveler felt its rhythm echo within him, steady and calming, as though the sea itself flowed into his veins. For a moment he swayed, caught between awe and stillness, as if the world around him had dissolved and only the whisper of the crown remained. And then, just as softly as it began, the voice faded, leaving only the hush of the vast hall. The crown hovered still, gleaming in its eternal light, waiting, watching. The traveler drew a slow breath. He did not reach for it. He knew instinctively that such a choice could not be rushed. The sea crown had whispered, and he understood. The heart of Atlantis was not simply gold or glory, but the weight of remembrance, the whispers of the sea. Crown still lingered in the traveler's heart as he turned from the crystal throne. The vast hall stretched silent behind him, yet his steps felt gently guided, as though the very stones wished to lead him onward. He walked slowly along the marble path, past the rows of thrones and their quiet crowns, until he noticed a faint shimmer upon the wall to his right. At first, it seemed no more than a trick of light, but as he drew closer, the shimmer resolved into the outline of an archway, smooth and perfect, though hidden in shadow. He pressed his hand against it. The stone beneath his fingers warmed, and with a sound like a sighing tide, the archway opened. Beyond lay a passage, narrow and curving, its walls veined with faint blue light, like streams of water running through. Crystal. The air here was cooler, filled with the scent of salt and blossoms. The traveler stepped through, and the sound of the hall faded behind him, replaced by a low, rhythmic murmur, the steady pulse of waves. The passage opened at last into a vast, hidden garden. The traveler stood still, caught in awe. It was unlike the shining courtyards or golden halls he had seen before. Here, nature reigned in quiet majesty. Pools of water lay scattered like mirrors, their surfaces rippling with glowing lilies that bloomed in hues of violet and silver. Trees rose tall and slender, their leaves shimmering faintly, as though kissed by moonlight. Even in this hidden place, vines heavy with blossoms trailed down from stone arches, their fragrance soft and soothing. In the center of the garden lay a great basin filled with tidal water. It moved with a rhythm not its own, rising and falling as though the sea itself breathed within it. Every swell revealed shells and pearls upon its sandy floor, and every ebb drew them back into shadow. Around the basin, stone benches curved like the crescent of a moon, worn smooth by ages of use. The traveler walked slowly to the edge of the water. He knelt and touched its surface. At once the basin shimmered with light, revealing visions beneath, not of the present, but of the past. He saw children playing by the shore, queens walking hand in hand through the palace gardens, kings laying down their crowns with solemn grace. He saw not battles or storms, but quiet moments, the hidden soul of Atlantis, that rulers had guarded away from the weight of ceremony. The hidden garden of tides was not for power or judgment. It was a sanctuary, a place where even kings and queens could sit in stillness, where the sea's voice could be heard without burden. Here, the heart of Atlantis whispered not in commands, but in peace. The traveler lowered his gaze, feeling the quiet seep into him like the tide upon sand. He realized now that Atlantis was not only a kingdom of walls and crowns, it was a kingdom of memory, harmony, and rest. And as he lingered, he felt that the garden itself welcomed him, as though it had been waiting all along. The traveler lingered at the edge of the glowing basin, watching the ebb and flow of its hidden tide. The visions shimmered faintly on the water's surface, fading like dreams at dawn. He felt as though the garden itself had opened a window into Atlantis's soul, offering glimpses not of glory but of gentleness. And then he realized he was not alone. Across the basin, half veiled in shadows beneath the boughs of a luminous tree, a figure stood watching him. At first, the traveler thought it was a statue, so still the figure remained. But then the faintest movement stirred the tilt of a head, the slow lifting of a hand. The figure stepped forward. It was a man, though his bearing seemed older than years. His robe was woven of sea-green fabric, flowing like water with every movement. Around his shoulders hung a mantle of shells and coral, and his staff was carved from driftwood inlaid with strands of silver. His hair gleamed like pale foam, and his eyes deep calm, and endless were the color of the tide. "You have walked far," the man said, his voice as soft as waves brushing ashore. "Few reach this garden, fewer still are permitted to linger." The traveler bowed his head, not out of fear but respect. "Who are you?" he asked quietly. The man drew nearer, the staff in his hand glowing faintly as though alive. "I am the keeper of the garden," he replied. "I tend the tide that remembers. I guard the place where rulers laid aside their crowns and sought only the sea's song. Here no power binds, no burden weighs, only memory flows." His words fell like a gentle tide over the traveler's heart. The keeper moved toward the basin and touched its waters with the end of his staff. At once the surface rippled and new visions appeared. The traveler saw a queen sitting upon the stone benches, her crown resting beside her, eyes closed as she listened to the rhythm of the waves. He saw a young prince, still a child, leaning over the water and laughing as glowing fish rose to meet him. He saw an old king kneeling by the basin, his hands trembling as he let the tide wash over them, tears falling silently into the glowing pool. "These moments," the keeper said, "were never carved in stone or sung in halls. They were kept here in stillness for the rulers to remember that they, too, were of flesh and spirit, not only crown and duty." The traveler's breath slowed, his mind settling into quiet. He understood now the garden was not merely a secret place. It was a reminder that Atlantis's strength lay not only in its towers and treasures, but in the humility of its rulers, in their willingness to lay down their crowns and listen to the sea. The keeper looked at him with calm eyes. "You were brought here not by chance. The city shows itself to those who carry not ambition, but wonder. Do you hear it? The tide that whispers." The traveler closed his eyes, and in the silence he heard it, the steady rhythm, the eternal pulse, the gentle voice of the sea that had always been and always would be. The garden lay in hushed stillness, its blossoms glowing softly, its pools shimmering with memory. The keeper stood by the basin, his staff resting lightly in his hand, his gaze steady and calm. The traveler waited, sensing that something more lingered in the air, something yet to be revealed. The keeper stepped closer, his robe flowing like moving water. "You have walked the bridges of light, seen the golden walls, stood before the sea crown, and now you have listened to the tide of remembrance. Few are given such a path. His voice was neither praise nor warning, it was the even tone of truth. The traveler bowed his head, unsure what to say. But the keeper lifted a hand, silencing words before they could form. With slow, deliberate motion, he drew from his robe a small object wrapped in sea-green cloth. He placed it upon his palm and unfolded the fabric. Resting within was a shell. It was not like any shell the traveler had seen. Its surface glimmered with shifting colors, blue, silver, and violet like moonlight across waves. It was small enough to fit in the hand, yet it seemed to hold depths as vast as an ocean. "This is the shell of tides," the keeper said softly. "It is no jewel, no crown, no weapon. It carries no power to rule, only the power to remember. Place it to your ear, and you will hear the voice of the sea wherever you wander. In its song are not commands, but guidance. In its rhythm, the strength to walk in balance." The traveler reached out hesitantly, his fingers brushing the smooth, luminous surface. It was cool at first, then warmed gently, as though alive. He lifted it to his ear. At once, he heard it, the steady sound of waves, gentle and eternal, rising and falling like the breath of the world. The sound filled him with calm, grounding him in both the present and the endless flow of time. He lowered the shell slowly, eyes meeting the keeper's. "Carry it," the old guardian said. "For Atlantis is not only a place, it is a harmony. A crown may pass, a wall may fall, but the tide endures. Let it remind you of what you have seen, not only in splendor, but in stillness." The traveler closed his hand around the shell. The weight was slight, yet he felt as though he carried something vast, something more precious than gold, a gift not of power, but of memory. The keeper inclined his head, his expression serene. "The palace awaits you still. But remember, those who forget the tide lose themselves to the storm. Go with balance, and the sea will guide your steps." And with that, the keeper turned away, fading back into the moonlit garden. His staff glimmered once more, then vanished into the shadows of glowing trees. The traveler stood alone, the shell warm in his hand, the whispers of the tide echoing softly in his soul. The garden faded behind him as the traveler passed once more through the narrow, crystal-veined corridor. In his hand, the shell of tides glowed softly, its presence a calm pulse against his palm. The passage led upward now, the air growing warmer, the scent of blossoms giving way to the faint freshness of water. Soon the low rumble of falling streams reached his ears. The traveler emerged into a chamber unlike any he had seen. Before him rose a stair, wide and ascending in graceful curves. But it was no ordinary stair. Along each step, water spilled, in gentle cascades, flowing down like countless ribbons of silver. The light from hidden crystals caught the streams, turning them into shimmering veils that glittered like liquid glass. It was a stair of waterfalls, every step alive with motion, every fall singing softly as it descended. Pools formed at intervals, overflowing in constant rhythm, their surfaces glowing faintly with inner light. The air was cool and misted, carrying with it a freshness that eased the breath and steadied the heart. The traveler placed his foot upon the first step. The water parted gently, as though recognizing his tread, leaving the stone beneath dry for his passage. He climbed slowly, each step accompanied by the music of flowing streams. The sound was not chaotic, but harmonic, as though the stair itself played a symphony of water, every drop tuned to the same eternal chord. As he ascended, he glanced outward. Open arches flanked the stair, revealing views of the inner circle of Atlantis. From this height, he saw the golden walls gleaming, the bridges of light stretching across the canals, the towers rising like pillars of dawn. Yet, above all, the palace's great domes gleamed brighter, as though drawing him onward with their radiance. Halfway up, he paused at a landing. Here, the pools were larger, their waters clear as crystal. Within them swam fish unlike any he had seen scaled in. Silver and sapphire, their fins long and flowing, moving like drifting banners in the tide. They rose to the surface and gazed at him with luminous eyes, as though aware, as though greeting him. For a moment he lingered, watching their graceful motions, feeling the calm of their presence. Then, with quiet resolve, he continued the climb. Step by step, cascade by cascade, the stair carried him higher, until at last he reached the summit. There, the water gathered into a vast basin, spilling in countless streams that fell into the depths below. The basin shimmered with reflected light, a mirror of the sky, though no stars shone upon it. Beyond the basin stood another gates, smaller than the grand crystal doors, yet wrought with equal care. Its frame was of pearl and silver, carved with flowing patterns of waves and spirals. Through its archway gleamed a soft golden glow. The traveler knew he had reached the threshold of the palace's innermost sanctums. The stair of waterfalls had carried him not only upward in height, but deeper into Atlantis's living heart. The traveler stepped through the pearl and silver gate, the soft golden glow washing over him like dawn breaking across the horizon. Beyond the threshold lay a chamber unlike any he had seen, a place where light itself seemed alive. The hall of singing light stretched wide and high, its walls formed not of stone, but of translucent crystal, veined with golden threads that pulsed gently like living veins. From within those walls radiated a glow soft, shifting, and iridescent. It painted the air in colors that ebbed and flowed like waves: sapphire, emerald, violet, and gold. But it was not only light that filled the hall, it was sound. As the traveler entered, he heard a chorus rising, soft and resonant, as though countless voices hummed in harmony. The sound did not come from any visible singers, but from the very walls themselves. Each pulse of golden light carried with it a note, and together the notes wove into a melody, slow, vast, and soothing. It was a song of the sea, a lullaby carried through crystal. The traveler walked slowly along the hall, his steps echoing faintly beneath the singing tones. The floor was polished like glass, reflecting the shimmering lights above, so that he seemed to walk between two oceans, one of light. Beneath his feet, another, flowing all around him. At intervals along the walls stood tall pillars, each hollow within. Water flowed down their centers, glowing faintly as it descended, and from the flow rose soft chimes, as though each droplet struck a hidden note. The pillars themselves joined the chorus, their voices blending seamlessly with the crystalline song. In the center of the hall, a great fountain rose. Its streams arched high into the air, crossing one another in patterns of perfect symmetry. Each arc of water glowed with pale fire, and when the drops fell, they rang with soft tones, as though the fountain itself were an instrument of light and song. The traveler paused before it, feeling the resonance in his very chest. The song was not only heard but felt, vibrating gently through his bones, his heart slowing to match its rhythm. For a moment he closed his eyes, and it seemed the voices carried him outward, beyond walls and seas, into a place where all time flowed as one. When he opened his eyes again, he noticed inscriptions upon the base of the fountain. They were not words of command, but verses carved in flowing script. To rule is to listen is to see. In the song of the sea lies the truth of the crown. The traveler ran his fingers over the inscription, its letters glowing faintly at his touch. He realized that this hall was not a place of power, but of remembrance. A chamber built to remind rulers that the heart of Atlantis lay not in gold or conquest, but in harmony with the song of the world. The hall's voices swelled gently, then receded, as if acknowledging his presence. The traveler stood still, letting the harmony wash through him, carrying him into a deeper stillness than any silence could offer. Beyond the hall of singing light lay another passage, narrow and curved, its walls glittering faintly as though dusted with stars. The traveler followed it in silence, the song of the crystalline hall still echoing softly in his chest. Soon the passage opened into a circular chamber, vast as the night sky itself. It was the chamber of star maps. Here, the ceiling was not a ceiling at all, but a dome of pure crystal, dark and deep, upon which countless points of light shimmered. At first, the traveler thought he looked into the true heavens, but he soon realized the constellations were shifting, bending into forms he did not know. It was the sky not of his world, but of Atlantis, its ancient heavens, preserved in perfect memory. The walls were engraved with maps of the stars, their lines traced in silver. They spiraled outward, not only across seas, but beyond them, linking constellations to kingdoms, celestial rivers to earthly canals. He saw drawings of ships sailing not only across waters, but through skies. Their prows pointed toward constellations, as though navigating oceans of light. In the center of the chamber stood a great sphere, carved of black stone and inlaid with veins of crystal. With every moment it shifted, showing the dance of stars across the ages, their alignments moving in eternal rhythm. Planets spun upon its surface, glowing faintly, and tiny streams of light ran between them like rivers of the cosmos. The traveler approached, placing his hand upon the sphere. At his touch, it quickened. Constellations shifted into patterns, drawing lines of light that formed images, towers, domes, palaces rising beneath the stars. He understood then the very city of Atlantis had been built in reflection of the heavens, each street aligned to a star, each canal echoing the path of the constellations above. He walked slowly along the chamber, tracing the engravings with his hand. The silver lines glowed faintly at his touch, revealing inscriptions that spoke of kings who looked not only to the sea for guidance, but to the sky. They believed the heavens were a mirror of the deep, and that only by balancing both could Atlantis flourish. As the traveler gazed upward at the dome, the stars seemed to breathe, their light growing brighter. For a fleeting instant, he felt as though he stood adrift in the very cosmos, weightless among the constellations. The silence of the chamber was vast, yet not empty. It was full of patient wisdom, as though the stars themselves waited for him to listen. The great sphere slowed, once more, its light dimming to a steady pulse, like a heartbeat. The traveler stepped back, realizing that he was not merely a visitor to this chamber, but part of its design. His presence was already written among the maps, a tiny spark in the endless flow of stars. The traveler left the chamber of star maps, his mind still carrying the glow of constellations. The narrow passage ahead opened into a chamber so vast that for a moment he thought he had stepped into the ocean itself. The Hall of Thrones stretched out before him, its walls of glass-like crystal revealing the waters beyond. Great fish of silver and gold glided through the deep, their movements slow and dreamlike. Shafts of light pierced the sea, breaking into beams that illuminated the hall in shifting, rippling patterns. It was as though the ocean itself had been invited inside. At the far end of the chamber rose a semicircle of thrones. Each was carved from a different stonyx jade, lapis, pearl, and coralette. All shared a majesty that spoke of ancient power. They were not identical. Each bore unique carvings, symbols of seas, storms, and stars. The traveler sensed that they once belonged to kings and queens, each throne reflecting the spirit of its ruler. He walked slowly toward them, the sound of his steps muffled by the vastness of the space. Above the thrones, an arch of golden metal framed a mural, a great ship sailing both upon the sea and through the heavens, guided by twin compasses of light. As he drew nearer, he felt the air grow heavy, as though the memory of centuries rested. In this chamber, he approached the first throne, its surface carved with spirals of waves, the seat polished by the touch of those long gone. For a moment, he thought he heard voices deep calm, echoing softly, as though the rulers of Atlantis still spoke across time. The second throne bore symbols of storms, lightning, clouds, and crashing waves. He laid his hand upon it, and a faint tremor passed through the hall, a reminder of the power kings once held to command not only men but the sea itself. The third was gentler, carved of pearl and coral, its arms shaped like flowing vines of the ocean floor. Upon it rested fragments of shells, glowing faintly as though charged with memory. The traveler felt warmth from it, as if it had belonged to a queen whose reign was marked by harmony rather than conquest. He stood before the semicircle, gazing at them all, realizing that here the rulers had once gathered to decide the fate of their kingdom. It was not a single throne of power, but many shared and balanced, so that no one voice could drown the others. The hall grew still, save for the slow dance of fish beyond the crystal walls. The traveler bowed his head slightly, honoring the unseen rulers who had once sat here. The silence that followed was not empty, it was full of presence, as though the thrones remembered and approved his quiet respect. He turned at last toward the great golden arch, sensing another path beyond. The journey was far from finished. Yet here he had felt the pulse of Atlantis's forgotten crown, unity, balance, and the weight of ages carried upon the sea's eternal song. Beyond the golden arch of the Hall of Thrones stretched a passage unlike any the traveler had walked before. At first, it seemed a simple corridor of crystal and stone, but soon he realized the walls themselves were alive with movement. Waves rippled along them, flowing as though the sea had been captured and set within glass. The corridor of tides breathed. With rhythm, the floor gently rose and fell beneath his steps. not enough to unbalance him, but enough that he felt he walked upon the ocean's surface. Soft streams of water flowed across the walls, weaving into patterns of shells, spirals, and constellations that dissolved and reformed with every breath of the tide. The sound was not silence, but a whispering rush, like the endless hush of waves upon distant shores. Sometimes it swelled, echoing as though an unseen tide surged through the passage. Then it would fade, leaving only a delicate trickle, the murmur of a retreating sea dot. As he moved deeper, the light shifted to, at one moment, it gleamed silver, like moonlight across water. The next it shone golden, like the reflection of dawn upon calm seas. The traveler realized the corridor was not fixed in time. It was a living map of the tides, showing the eternal balance of sea and sky. Halfway through, he paused, noticing niches along the walls. Within each niche stood a vessel's small bowls and cups carved from crystal and shell. They brimmed with glowing water, their surfaces rippling though untouched. The vessels seemed offerings, tributes left by those who had passed before him, each drop returning to the greater tide. He touched one gently. The water shimmered and rose like a small wave, curling around his finger before sinking back into stillness. In that brief touch, he felt the same calm he had known upon the sea at dusk. When water and sky are one endless horizon, the corridor stretched onward, its floor rising gently as though carrying him upward upon a wave. With every step, he felt less like a wanderer on stone and more like a sailor borne upon invisible waters. By the time he reached its far end, he was no longer walking but drifting, carried forward as though upon a tide that knew its own course. Last, the corridor opened into a new chamber. From beyond the arch came a low hum, resonant and deep, like the ocean's voice rising from the abyss. The traveler paused upon the threshold, knowing he had passed through a living sea, and that what awaited him ahead would carry him still deeper into the mystery of Atlantis. The traveler stepped from the corridor of tides into a vast circular chamber, its silence heavy yet alive. The walls here were not smooth, but curved and fluted like the inside of a seashell. Their pale surface shimmered faintly as if light itself had been absorbed and held in memory. The moment he entered, he heard them, whispers, murmurs, the faintest tones, as though distant voices stirred to life. At first they seemed like the echoes of his own steps, but as he stood still, he realized the chamber carried not his sound, but the voices of ages long past. The chamber of echoes was alive with memory. He walked slowly toward the center, and with every step the voices grew clearer. They did not speak in a language he knew, yet their tones carried weight. Laughter like water over stone. Chants like waves rolling upon a shore, commands spoken with the gravity of rulers long gone. The chamber had preserved them all, holding the sounds of Atlantis like a great shell holds the ocean's song. In the center of the chamber stood a circular pool, its surface dark and glass-like. Above it hung no torch, yet the pool glowed faintly, as though lit from its depths. When the traveler peered into it, he saw not his own reflection, but shifting images of people long vanished. Kings seated upon thrones, scholars bending over maps, children running through shining streets, all speaking, their voices threading into the chamber's endless song. For a long time he stood there, listening. The voices wove together, not as noise, but as harmony. It was as though the very spirit of Atlantis was speaking, not to command, but to remember. He placed his hand upon the surface of the pool. The water rippled outward in glowing circles, and suddenly one voice rose above. The rest, it was calm, deep, carrying the weight of centuries. All who enter here carry the tide forward. What is lost is never gone, for the sea remembers. The words sank into him, not as command, but as comfort. He felt then that his presence here was not intrusion, but continuation, that Atlantis lived not only in ruins and memory, but in every traveler who listened. The chamber quieted, the voices softening once more into whispers, as if retreating back into the walls. The pool stilled, returning to darkness. The traveler bowed his head gently, offering silent gratitude to the unseen keepers of these voices. At the far side of the chamber, a tall arch opened into darkness, the sound of the ocean's deep hum flowing from beyond. The traveler breathed deeply, ready to carry the echoes with him into the next mystery. The traveler passed through the tall arch at the far side of the chamber of echoes, and the murmurs of voices faded into silence. He stepped into a new passage, narrower than before, its walls pale and glimmering like the inside of an oyster shell. Soon the corridor widened, and before him stretched a sight both breathtaking and perilous. It was the Bridge of Pearls. The bridge arched high above a vast chasm, its length glowing faintly in the darkness. Beneath it, the abyss fell away into endless depths of water, lit only by slow-moving gleams that flickered like stars in the sea. The bridge itself seemed woven of light and shell, its surface studded with pearls that shimmered as though holding fragments of the moon within them. The traveler stepped carefully onto it. The bridge swayed gently, not with weakness, but with the rhythm of the water far below. Each step he took set the pearls beneath his feet glowing brighter, their light rippling outward until the whole span shimmered with silver fire. It was as though the bridge was alive, recognizing his passage. As he walked, He glanced down. The abyss below was deep beyond measure, yet strangely beautiful. Shapes moved in the gloom vast, graceful forms like whales of light, drifting slowly through the waters. They emitted a glow that rose upward in spirals, like the breath of the ocean itself. The traveler paused midway across the bridge, entranced. The pearls at his feet pulsed with a steady glow, and in that light he saw reflections, not of himself, but of travelers long past. Figures robed in flowing garments, crowns upon their heads, carrying staffs that gleamed with crystal. Kings and queens of Atlantis had walked this very span, their steps still lingering in the memory of the pearls. He continued on, each step carrying him farther into the glow. The silence here was vast, yet not empty. It was the silence of deep, water.com and endless, filled with presence unseen. The traveler felt both humbled and uplifted, as though each pearl beneath him was a star, and he walked not upon stone, but across the heavens themselves. At last the bridge reached its far side, where two tall pillars of coral and gold framed the next chamber. Behind him, the bridge of pearls continued to glow faintly, a shining thread across the abyss, as if marking the path for those yet to come. He stood for a moment, gazing back at it. Then he turned, ready to step through the pillars into the next. Wonder Atlantis would unveil. The traveler stepped between the coralline gold pillars, leaving the bridge of pearls behind. At once the air changed cooler, filled with a faint, sweet fragrance that did not belong to stone or water alone. Before him stretched a vast cavern, its walls veined with crystal, its floor alive with light dot. It was a garden, yet not a garden, of soil or trees, but of coral. Towering branches of coral rose like forests, their forms spreading in every direction. Some glowed in deep sapphire, others in pale rose, others in emerald green. Their tips shimmered faintly, as if crowned with starlight. The cavern ceiling was lost in shadow, but from its heights hung long tendrils of luminous seaweed, swaying as though stirred by unseen tides. This was the garden of midnight coral. The traveler walked slowly among the coral towers. The air carried a soft mist, cool and briny, refreshing to breathe. With every step, the ground beneath him glimmered faintly, as though tiny fragments of pearl had been scattered across the floor. Some of the coral branches opened as he passed, revealing blossoms of light that pulsed like flowers blooming in eternal night. Tiny fish darted between them, their scales glowing faintly, trailing sparks like fireflies in the water. He realized the corals were not silent. They hummed faintly, each with its own tone, weaving together into a soft harmony. Like a choir of the deep dot, in the heart of the garden stood a pool. Its water was darker than the surrounding glow, still and mirror-like, reflecting the coral forest upside down. Around its edge bloomed corals of deepest violet, their tips flickering like tiny candles. The traveler knelt beside the pool, gazing into it. Instead of his reflection, he saw processions of Atlantean queens walking through these very groves, their robes shimmering like the coral around them. The garden seemed to remember every presence, every step, every breath of its visitors. It was a place of rest, a sanctuary where rulers came not to command, but to listen. The traveler touched the surface of the pool. Ripples spread outward, and the blossoms of coral pulsed brighter, as though responding to his presence. For a moment, the entire garden glowed in unison, bathing the chamber in soft, living light. Then the glow subsided, returning to its gentle hum. The traveler rose and continued onward, the soft radiance of the coral guiding him toward another archway at the far end of the cavern. The path ahead was still long, but the memory of the garden's peace lingered in his heart like the calm of a quiet shore. Beyond the garden of midnight coral, the traveler stepped into a chamber vast and solemn. At first glance, it seemed no different than a great hall, its walls curving high and smooth. But as he moved further in, he realized this was no ordinary hall. It was a library, though unlike any he had ever known. There were no shelves, no scrolls, no books. Instead, the walls themselves shimmered with flowing water. Streams poured downward in endless ribbons, each one glowing faintly as if infused with memory. The traveler approached one of the streams and saw within it shifting images, maps of coasts, visions of stars, faces of rulers, stories unfolding as if written in liquid light. This was the library of tides, where knowledge was preserved in water itself. He moved along the walls, watching as one stream showed the building of Atlantis, great towers rising as canals were carved in perfect circles. Another revealed the voyages of Atlantean ships, their sails glowing as they crossed seas unknown. Yet another showed rituals of the temple, kings and queens standing beneath domes of fire and crystal, their voices raised in song. Every ribbon of water held a story. Some flowed swiftly, flashing countless images like rushing rivers of memory. Others trickled slowly, their images lingering, as though waiting for one who had the patience to truly see. At the center of the chamber stood a great basin, its surface calm and mirror-like. Around its rim were engraved countless symbols of waves, constellations, and flowing lines like written tides. The traveler knelt beside it, gazing into the stillness. As he did, the water stirred. Words formed upon its surface, not spoken but felt. Knowledge is the tide. It returns to those who wait. it carries those who listen. It drowns those who do not respect its depth. The basin glowed faintly, and then an image appeared, a vision of Atlantean scholars in flowing robes, walking among these very streams, tracing the waters with their fingers as though turning pages of a living book. Their faces were calm, their eyes deep, their silence filled with understanding. The traveler dipped his hand into the basin. The water was cool, yet it carried warmth within, like a tide that remembered the sun. For a moment, images rushed through his mind, star maps, songs, laws, myths, an entire ocean of knowledge flowing into him. Then the water stilled, releasing him gently, as though reminding him that wisdom must be taken slowly, drop by drop, never all at once. Rising, he gazed around the chamber once more. The library of tides was no silent archive, it was alive, its knowledge flowing, breathing, returning always to the sea. At the far end of the hall, a set of carved coral doors shimmered with pale blue light. Beyond them, the traveler sensed the path would lead deeper still, toward secrets meant only for those who dared to seek them. The traveler pressed open the pale blue coral doors, and at once a soft current brushed against his face, carrying the faint scent of salt and something older, like the memory of storms long past. Beyond lay a chamber darker than any he had yet seen. Its walls curved inward like a vast hollow shell. At the center of the room rose a circle of tall crystal pillars, each one glowing faintly as though lit from within. Between them hung veils of water that shimmered like glass, suspended in mid-air, though no vessel held them. Within these veils, shapes moved, figures of light, faces half-formed, voices waiting to be heard. This was the chamber of oracles. The traveler stepped closer. At once the water veils stirred, and from them rose a sound, deep and layered, as though many voices spoke together. It was not loud, but it filled the chamber with a presence both vast and intimate. "We are the tide that remembers," the voices said. "We are the breath of the sea, the echo of kings, the whisper of what has not yet come." The traveler stood still, listening. The voices shifted, sometimes low as thunder beneath waves, sometimes high and clear like a gull's cry at dawn. They spoke not in words alone, but in images: the rise of domes, the fall of towers, oceans sweeping across lands. Visions bloomed. Within the water veils crowds gathered beneath golden arches, ships sailing across storms, stars wheeling above the palace. One veil rippled brighter than the rest. Within it, the traveler saw himself. He was walking as he was now, hand upon the shell of tides, yet behind him the images blurred, future and past woven together. The voice that followed was soft, yet piercing. "Seeker, you walk where the kings have walked, but the crown you seek is not of stone or gold. It is carried in the tide. It is spoken in the silence of deep waters. Do not seek to own it, become it. The traveler felt the words settle deep within, not as a command, but as a truth he already carried. The veils of water swayed gently, their light dimming as though the oracles had spoken all they wished. The chamber fell into stillness once more, leaving only the faint sound of water breathing within crystal. For a long time the traveler stood, letting the silence wash over him. Then he turned toward a narrow archway beyond the circle of pillars. The path called him onward, carrying the weight of prophecy upon his shoulders. Through the narrow archway, the traveler stepped into a space that stretched endlessly, as though it had no walls at all. At first, he thought he had entered the open sea, yet the floor beneath him was smooth as polished marble, glimmering faintly, and around him rose columns carved from translucent coral, so tall they disappeared into a ceiling of shifting blue light. Between the columns hung what looked like great mirrors, but they were not glass. They were sheets of perfectly still water, standing upright as though held in invisible frames. The surface of each mirror rippled faintly, reflecting the traveler in ways both familiar and strange. He approached the first. His reflection appeared, yet it was not quite his own. The figure staring back was older, its eyes lined with wisdom and sorrow. When he reached out to touch it, the surface quivered, and the reflection whispered softly, "The tide carries you forward, but time will mark you as it does all things." He stepped back, unsettled, and turned to another mirror. This time, his reflection was younger, filled with innocence, a child standing where he now stood. The child smiled and spoke without sound, lips forming the words, "You have not lost me. I live in every step you take." Mirror after mirror showed him not just his face, but fragments of possibility, himself as a king, robed in silver, himself as a wanderer, lost in storms, himself kneeling before a throne of coral, himself walking alone across endless sands. Each reflection shimmered with life, as though the water remembered every path he could ever take. The traveler's breath grew slow, almost dreamlike, as he moved deeper into the hall. Some reflections turned their heads before he did, as though they were aware of him, waiting. Others stretched their hands toward him, their palms pressing against the watery surface, rippling softly but never breaking through. At the center of the hall stood the largest mirror of all, taller than the highest column, wide as the horizon. The traveler stood before it, expecting another version of himself. Yet when the water stilled, the image that appeared was not his. It was Atlantis, towers gleaming in the sun, canals flowing with golden light, bridges arching over circles of water. The city shone as though alive, not lost, not ruined. Then, as he watched, the image darkened. The sea swelled, waves rose, thunder cracked, and the shining city sank slowly into shadow. The traveler placed his hand upon the surface. The water trembled, the vision fading. The mirror whispered with countless voices, like an ocean speaking in unison. To see is not to know is not to hold. The tide will choose. The hall dimmed, its reflections wavering into silence. A path of light appeared between the columns, guiding the traveler forward. The mirrors stilled, leaving him with the weight of many selves and the vision of a city that had never stopped breathing beneath the sea. The path of light carried the traveler onward until the mirrors of water faded behind him, replaced by a silence so deep it seemed to press against his chest. He entered a vast, circular hall, carved from stone so smooth it seemed polished by centuries of tides. Above him, the ceiling arched like a dome, glittering faintly with pearls and fragments of crystal. At the center of the chamber rose a great throne, but no one sat upon it. Instead, the seat shimmered faintly as though filled with air and memory. Then the silence broke. A soft murmur rose, faint at first, then stronger, until it filled the entire space. It was not one voice, but many layer upon layer of voices. Men and women, young and old, each speaking with a different tone. The chamber vibrated with their presence. "We are the rulers who were," the voices intoned. "We are the crowns that shone, the hands that built, the hearts that broke. We are Atlantis eternal." The traveler turned slowly, listening. From the walls themselves, shadows began to form shapes of kings in tall crowns, queens draped in flowing robes, warriors with shining blades, scholars holding scrolls of glowing light. They did not step forward, yet their presence filled the room as if every king and queen of Atlantis had returned in spirit. One voice grew clearer, rising above the rest. It was deep, regal, commanding. "I was the first to rule. I built the canals. I carved the throne. I dreamed of a city that would outlast the tide." Another voice, softer, yet no less strong, followed. "I was the last queen. I sang to the waves as the sea rose. I knew the city would sleep, not die." The traveler bowed his head, sensing the weight of centuries pressing upon him. He felt as though he stood not only before a throne, but before the very memory of Atlantis itself. The voices shifted, overlapping in harmony. "Seeker, you carry our gaze now. The tide brought you here as it once carried us. You do not walk alone. The echo of kings walks with you." The chamber vibrated like a heartbeat. For a moment, the traveler felt the presence of each ruler within him, their hopes, their doubts, their triumphs, their regrets. It was not overwhelming, it was grounding, like being held by the sea itself. When the voices faded, the silence that returned was no longer heavy but calm, like the stillness after a wave recedes. The throne shimmered one final time before dimming into shadow at the far end of the hall. A gateway of black stone opened slowly, carved with spirals that seemed to flow like living currents, of Atlantis, sealing the chamber of eternal echoes in silence once more. Ahead stretched a spiral stairway descending into the depths. The steps were not stone alone, but inlaid with thousands of tiny shells, each glowing faintly like pearls in the dark dot. As he began his descent, the walls themselves shimmered. Constellations carved in perfect detail stretched upward and downward, glowing faintly with a silver-blue light. Stars etched in stone pulsed like living beacons, forming maps of the heavens above and the seas below. Each turn of the stairway revealed new patterns: hunters with spears of starlight, queens crowned with moonbeams, ships sailing among constellations, and vast sea creatures swimming through galaxies. The traveler realized these were not only stories of the sky, but also the history of Atlantis, told in stars, its myths and rulers, its voyages and battles, all mapped in shimmering celestial lines. The air grew cooler as he descended. The faint sound of dripping water echoed softly, as though the stars themselves were weeping into the silence. The shells beneath his feet chimed faintly with each step, creating a rhythm like a distant lullaby. Halfway down, he paused before a great mural, carved into the wall. It showed a vast spiral of stars descending into the ocean's depths, at the center of which lay the city of Atlantis, glowing like a sun beneath the waves. Around it swirled crowns, temples, and vessels of light, all orbiting as though Atlantis itself was the heart of a constellation yet unseen by the world above. A thought stirred in the traveler. Atlantis was not lost. It had simply shifted from the realm of men to the realm of stars and tides, waiting to be remembered. As he reached the final curve of the stairway, the walls began to glow brighter. The constellations aligned, their shapes forming an archway that shimmered like a portal. Beyond it, he could see a faint radiance, soft and golden, pulsing like the heartbeat of the ocean. The traveler paused at the threshold. The descent was done. The stars had guided him to the very heart. Ahead lay a chamber of secrets greater than any he had yet seen. The archway of constellations opened soundlessly as the traveler stepped forward, and at once he was bathed in a glow unlike anything he had ever seen. The chamber before him was vast, round as a pearl, its walls alive with light that flowed like water. Every surface shimmered with shifting colors: gold, sapphire, Emerald-like, the heart of the sea itself had been captured and held in one eternal breath. At the center stood a great crystal sphere, larger than any throne or altar. It pulsed, gently glowing with golden light that rippled outward like waves. The sphere floated above a pedestal carved from black coral, held aloft by currents unseen. Within its glowing core, faint images appeared, cities rising and falling, oceans swallowing, coasts, stars drifting across the sky. The traveler realized this was no ordinary relic. It was the heart of the ocean temple, the pulse of Atlantis itself. As he drew closer, the air thickened. The chamber thrummed like the beating of a great heart, steady and deep. The traveler felt each pulse echo through his chest, as though his own heart was being woven into the rhythm of the sea. Suddenly, the walls began to ripple. From them emerged figures of light, tall and regal, crowned with waves and stars. They did not speak in voices, but in presence. The traveler felt their message as clearly as words. We are the guardians of the heart. This is the breath of Atlantis, the tide that binds sea to star, king to queen, life to dream, and gravity. He reached out, not to take, but to feel. The surface was warm beneath his palm, vibrating softly like the hum of distant whales. At once, visions surged into his mind, the forging of Atlantis's great canals, the crowning of its kings, the laughter of children playing in sunlit courtyards, the songs of priests beneath jeweled domes, and then its fall, waves towering high, storms breaking, the city slipping beneath the sea. Yet in the vision, he also saw something more, not an end, but a transformation. Atlantis had not died. It had become part of the ocean, hidden but eternal, alive in memory and myth. The crystal sphere pulsed brighter, and the guardians' forms flickered. One last thought pressed into his mind. The heart does not belong to one. It belongs to all tides, all lives, all dreams that dare to remember. The glow softened, the chamber quieting again, leaving the traveler standing in stillness. The heart of the ocean temple pulsed gently, steady and eternal, as though it had shared all it wished for. Now, ahead, another passage opened, this one narrow, winding downward like a root into the earth, toward mysteries that even kings had feared to touch. The passage that opened beyond the heart of the ocean temple was narrow and winding, like a vein carved through living stone. The traveler stepped into it, and the golden glow behind him faded until only shadows and the sound of water remained. The descent was steep. The walls grew rougher, darker, streaked with minerals that glimmered faintly like distant stars. Drops of water slid down the stone, echoing as they fell into unseen pools below. With each step, the air grew heavier, filled with a pressure that pressed against his chest and ears, reminding him that he was sinking into the oldest part of Atlantis, deeper than kings, deeper than temples, deeper than memory. At last, the passage widened into a cavern vast and dark, so immense that the traveler could not see its edges. The floor sloped downward into black water, smooth as glass, reflecting faint sparks of light that drifted through the air like fireflies of the deep. In the center of the cavern rose an enormous root, thicker than any tree trunk, formed not of wood but of stone and coral fused together. It twisted upward from the abyssal waters, spiraling toward the unseen ceiling. Strange symbols were etched along its length, glowing faintly blue, pulsing like veins carrying an ancient lifeblood. The traveler approached, feeling the root's presence before he touched it. It was alive, though not in the way of creatures. It was older, deeper, a pulse from the very bones of the earth. When he placed his hand upon its surface, the cavern rumbled faintly, and a voice rose not from above nor below, but from everywhere at once. I am the root. I drink from the abyss. I carried Atlantis before Atlantis was born. The traveler felt waves of images pour into him, the shaping of land from the sea, fire cooling into stone, waters carving rivers, stars falling into oceans. He saw the city rising not by chance, but upon this very root, as though Atlantis had grown like a living tree from the bones of the world. Kings thought they ruled me, the voice continued. Queens sang to me, yet I was before them, and I remain after. The tide is theirs, but the abyss is mine. The water at the cavern's center stirred. Something vast shifted beneath the black surface, unseen but undeniable. The traveler did not move closer. He understood this was not a place to claim, but to respect. The root pulsed once more beneath his palm, and the glowing symbols flared brighter, casting rippling light across the cavern walls. Then the voice faded, leaving only silence and the faint hum of the abyss at the far side of the cavern. A narrow stone bridge stretched across the black water, leading toward another opening. The traveler stepped toward it, the echoes of the abyss still thrumming in his heart. The traveler stepped carefully onto the narrow stone bridge that stretched across the black pool of the abyss. It was no wider than his shoulders, its edges worn smooth, as though countless tides had once touched it. Beneath him, the water lay utterly still, a dark mirror reflecting the faint glow of the symbols etched into the great root behind. Each step echoed strangely. The sound did not fade as it should have, but lingered, twisting into whispers that seemed to follow him across the bridge. At first, he thought it was only the cavern's acoustics, but soon the whispers grew distinct. "Do you remember us?" one voice murmured, soft as a ripple. We walked this path before you, another side, carrying a hint of sorrow. We fell, we rose, we are tides that never end. The traveler's breath slowed as he listened. The voices were not threatening, they were fragments, echoes of those who had once crossed this bridge, perhaps rulers, perhaps seekers like himself. Their whispers wove together, creating a chorus of memory. Looking down, he saw faint images flickering across the black water, faces blurred in silver light, ships sinking beneath storms, hands raised toward the sky, crowns gleaming, and then, breaking apart, the abyss below was not empty, it was filled with the stories of all who had passed into its depths. The bridge trembled faintly underfoot, not with danger, but with awareness. The stone itself seemed alive, humming with the weight of memory. With each step, the voices grew louder, their whispers layering into a tide of sound. The sea keeps what the land forgets. The abyss remembers what kings deny. All who walk here must listen, or be drowned in silence. The traveler closed his eyes for a moment, letting the voices wash over him. Instead of fear, he felt calm, as though the bridge carried not only his weight, but his burdens. The whispers grew softer, guiding rather than warning, urging him onward. At last, he reached the far end. The final step landed upon solid ground, and the voices faded into silence once more. The bridge behind shimmered faintly in the dim light, then stilled, as though waiting for the next soul to cross. Before him lay a low tunnel, carved with flowing spirals that glowed faintly green, leading deeper into the abyss. The air was cooler here, filled with the scent of salt and stone, and the promise of mysteries yet unseen. The tunnel of spirals opened into a cavern so immense it seemed carved for giants. A dim green glow seeped from veins of crystal running through the walls, casting a soft, unearthly light across the chamber. The traveler stepped forward and drew in a slow breath, for before him stood a sight both wondrous and haunting. Dozens of statues filled the cavern, each towering twice the height of a man. They were carved not of simple stone, but of coral, pearl, and obsidian, their surfaces gleaming faintly in the glow. Every statue depicted a king or queen of Atlantis, their features noble, serene, and strangely lifelike. Yet, as the traveler walked among them, he realized these were no ordinary statues. Their eyes shimmered faintly, as if something within still dreamed. The air was heavy, hushed, like the silence of a great temple. He felt as though he was intruding upon a slumber that had lasted thousands of years. The first figure he approached was a queen crowned with spirals of shell, her robe carved to flow like water. Her hands were clasped as if in prayer. The faintest glimmer of light pulsed in her chest, like a heart beating slowly beneath layers of coral. The next was a king, tall and stern, his scepter carved with waves that curled round his feet. His expression was calm, yet there was a weight of sorrow in his stone gaze. As the traveler moved deeper into the cavern, he realized the statues were arranged in a circle as though seated in silent council. In the center stood a great stone table, its surface carved with spirals, maps, and symbols of tides. The air grew colder. Then, without warning, the silence broke. A faint sound rose, not words, but a deep hum that vibrated through the stone floor. The statue's eyes glowed brighter, flickering as though waking. The traveler froze. For a heartbeat, he feared the kings and queens would rise. Yet they did not move. Instead, their hum grew stronger, filling the cavern with a resonance that wrapped around him like a tide. He understood. These were not statues, nor were they alive. They were sleepers, Atlantean rulers, preserved in silence, their essence bound to the abyss, resting until a time unknown. Their hum was not a call to rise, but a song of memory, an unbroken chain stretching across centuries. The traveler bowed his head, honoring the circle. The hum softened in response, as though acknowledging his presence. Then the glow in their eyes dimmed, and the cavern grew still once more. At the far edge of the circle, a narrow passage waited, lit faintly by golden light. The traveler turned toward it, the echoes of the sleeper's song still trembling in his chest. The traveler left behind the silent circle of rulers, stepping into the narrow passage glowing with faint gold. The walls were smooth, dark stone, yet streaked with veins of light that pulsed gently, as though molten gold flowed within. The corridor stretched long and winding, each curve revealing new branches of glowing streams. Some ran thin as hair, others wide as rivers, all pulsing in rhythm with a hidden heart deep within the earth. The light brightened as he walked, painting his face and hands in soft warmth. The traveler placed his palm against the wall. The vein beneath his touch responded, glowing brighter, and in that instant he felt a surge of images. Ships gliding across crystal seas, domes rising beneath the sun, voices singing in harmony with waves, all visions of Atlantis at its height. It was as if the corridor itself carried the memories of the city, its veins not of gold but of living history. The sound of the traveler's footsteps echoed softly, yet beneath it he heard a second sound, a faint murmur, like whispers carried in the golden streams. He paused to listen. The voices were layered, countless, and overlapping, but not chaotic. They were speaking together, flowing like a tide. "We are the pulse of the city," the voices murmured. "We are its lifeblood, its song, its memory. To walk here is to walk within Atlantis itself." The corridor widened briefly into a chamber where the golden veins gathered into a great spiral upon the floor. It pulsed with steady light, casting ripples across the walls. In its glow, the traveler saw faint shadows, children laughing, priests chanting, queens crowned, warriors kneeling. They shimmered like echoes, as though the very stone remembered every life it had once cradled, kneeling at the edge of the spiral. The traveler felt the warmth radiate through him, not as fire, but as gentle tide. The voices softened into a single phrase, repeated again and again. The city breathes, the city remembers, the city waits. When he rose, the spiral dimmed, and the veins stretched onward once more, guiding him deeper. The corridor narrowed again, the veins bending and curving until they converged into a radiant archway at the far end. Beyond it glowed a light deeper and stronger than any he had yet seen. The traveler stepped forward, heart steady, ready to follow the veins to the very core of Atlantis. The golden archway opened into a chamber unlike any the traveler had seen before. It was vast, circular, with walls that curved smoothly upward into a dome of black pearl. The veins of light he had followed now spread across the floor, converging into a pattern so intricate it seemed alive. At the chamber's center lay a map, yet it was no ordinary carving or mosaic. It was formed entirely of glowing streams, shifting and flowing like rivers of molten gold. Oceans stretched in liquid shimmer, islands pulsed like gems, mountains rose as ridges of light. The map moved, alive with the tides of the world. The traveler knelt at its edge, awestruck. He watched as glowing ships drifted across seas of light, tiny sparks trailing behind them like starlit wakes. Cities flickered on distant shores, shining briefly before dimming again, as though the map showed not only places but moments in time. He reached out, and when his hand hovered above the glowing surface, the streams rose to meet his palm, shaping themselves into images. He saw Atlantis. At its height, its circular harbors gleaming, its towers like jewels of the sea. Then the map shifted, showing faraway lands, deserts crossed by caravans, forests whispering with hidden temples, mountains crowned with ice. The traveler realized the chamber held more than geography. It was a living memory of Atlantis's reaches, voyages, its trade, its dreams of empire. Each glowing line was a thread in the tapestry of its history. As he gazed deeper, the map pulsed brighter, and the countenance shifted. He saw storms rise, seas swell, and coasts vanish beneath waves. Cities flickered and disappeared. Atlantis itself began to dim, its glowing harbors swallowed by blackness. Yet even as it sank, the golden streams remained, flowing into the abyss, as if to say, the city may fall, but its tides will always run through the world. A low hum filled the chamber. The dome above shimmered with constellations that aligned themselves into spirals, mirroring the currents below. The map and the stars spoke together, one voice in light. We were everywhere. We are everywhere still. Atlantis is not a place, it is the tide of memory. The traveler bowed his head, humbled. When he lifted it again, he saw a narrow stair descending from the far side of the chamber, lit with silver rather than gold. The veins of light pointed toward it, guiding him onward, as though the map itself was granting him passage to the next mystery. The traveler stepped toward the stair, its presence subtle yet undeniable. Unlike the golden veins that pulsed with warmth, the stair shimmered with cool silver light, like moonlight upon still water. Each step seemed carved from translucent stone, yet it glowed from within, as though it held a captured tide. He placed a foot upon the first step, and a gentle sound rose like waves brushing a quiet shore. The stair did not creak or echo. It sang softly, each step a note, the melody swelling as he descended. The air cooled, fresh and tinged with the faint scent of salt, as though the sea itself was breathing through the stone. The descent was long, winding downward in a spiral. With every turn, the chamber above grew distant until it was only a glimmer behind him, and the stair's silvery glow became his only guide. The walls beside him shifted from smooth stone to something more fluid, their surfaces rippling faintly. Like water touched by wind, the traveler paused and pressed his hand against the wall. It yielded slightly beneath his palm knot stone, not liquid, but something in between. Within its depths, he glimpsed visions, shores kissed by moonlight, ships sailing under silver skies, queens standing upon balconies with starlight crowning their hair. These were the nights of Atlantis, the secret side of its greatness, the realm of dream, quieter than the golden days he had seen before. As he descended further, the visions changed. He saw the moon guiding explorers across unknown seas, silver, paths stretching beyond the horizon. He saw a council gathered beneath the stars, speaking not of war or conquest, but of balance, of harmony between sea and sky. The silver stair whispered of Atlantis's wisdom, the gentler strength that matched its power near the bottom. The song of the stair deepened into a steady rhythm, like a great tide pulsing in harmony with the traveler's heartbeat. He felt as though he was walking into the city's very breath, each step drawing him closer to its living core. Finally, the spiral opened into a vast cavern where silver light poured upward like a rising tide. The stair ended upon a smooth platform, its edges overlooking a sea that was not water but liquid light, rippling endlessly. Above it, the cavern roof shone with reflections, as though the night sky itself had been drawn down into the deep dot. The traveler stood upon the threshold, gazing at the silver tide stretching before him. It was no mere pool or rivulet, was the sea of memory, the heart of Atlantis's hidden soul. The traveler gazed upon the silver tide, its surface calm yet alive with subtle ripples. It stretched out like a mirror to infinity, though he knew it was cradled within the cavern. The glow it cast was gentle, like moonlight woven into liquid, form illuminating the stone walls with a soft sheen. He knelt at the edge, dipping his hand into the luminous water. It was neither warm nor cold, but it tingled faintly, like the touch of starlight. The surface broke into circles of radiance that drifted outward, and from within those ripples, visions began to rise. At first, they came as faint outlines, shimmering shapes dancing upon the tide. Then, with each passing heartbeat, they grew clearer. He saw the streets of Atlantis alive again, children racing through market squares, musicians filling the air with soft melodies, artisans at their work beneath the watchful eyes of marble statues. The silver tide shimmered again, and the vision shifted. He saw queens adorned in robes of deep indigo, standing upon terraces that overlooked the sea. They raised their hands to the horizon, not in command, but in reverence. Behind them, priests traced silver spirals in the air, calling upon the moon's light for guidance. These were the secret rituals of Atlantis, hidden from the eyes of conquerors and strangers. Then the tide grew darker, its glow trembling. The traveler saw storms rising, black waves crashing upon the city's walls, lightning cleaving the skies, temples trembling as though the earth itself rebelled. He watched as the people of Atlantis gathered at the sea of memory, just as he did now. They dipped their hands into its light, searching for answers. Some wept, some prayed, and some simply listened. A figure emerged within the vision, cloaked in silver. Her eyes shone with the reflection of the tide, and her voice carried clearly through the chamber, though she was no longer of this world. The sea remembers all, she whispered. It remembers joy and sorrow, triumph and loss. To touch it is to carry the weight of ages. To drink of it is to know what cannot be forgotten. The traveler felt her words resonate through his chest. He leaned closer, staring into the silver surface. For a fleeting instant, he saw himself reflected not as he was, but as countless versions walking among Atlanteans, sailing their ships, kneeling before their temples. The tide was showing him that he, too, was part of the story, a thread in the endless weave. The vision dimmed, and the sea returned to stillness. Yet its glow remained, waiting, inviting. Beyond the tide, the cavern stretched further, where silver pillars rose like frozen waves, pointing toward another path hidden in shadow. The traveler rose, heart heavy yet calm, and prepared to walk onward. From the stillness of the sea of memory, the silver figure emerged more clearly. At first, she was only a shimmer, a suggestion of light shaped like a woman. Then, step by step, she rose from the tide and walked upon its glowing surface as though it were solid ground. Her cloak flowed behind her, woven not of fabric, but of liquid silver, endlessly shifting like moonlit waves. Her face was half hidden beneath the hood, yet her eyes shone brighter than any torch. They were not merely reflections, they were the tide itself, carrying within them the glimmer of countless lives and centuries. The traveler felt his breath catch, for her gaze held the weight of all that Atlantis had been and all it had lost when she spoke. Her voice was calm, melodic, and layered, as though many voices spoke together through her. You have followed the golden veins, descended the silver stair, and stood before the memory of tides, she said. Few who are not of Atlantis have walked this far. Tell me, traveler, do you seek our power, or do you seek our truth? The traveler bowed his head, humbled. He answered with honesty, his voice steady though quiet. He sought not conquest or wealth, but understanding. He wished to know the song of the city, to hear the whispers that had carried through time, to honor the kingdom that the world had forgotten. The oracle tilted her head, and the tide beneath her rippled in response, sending circles of silver light outward across the cavern. So many have come with hunger in their hearts, she murmured, yet you come with quiet. That is why the city listens to you now. She raised her hand, and the surface of the sea of memory rose into shapes, spiraling towers, radiant temples, harbors alive with sails. For a moment, Atlantis stood in brilliance once more, glowing in miniature before them. The traveler reached toward it, but the oracle lowered her hand, and the vision faded back into the silver tide. Atlantis is not lost, she said softly. It breathes in every tide, in every memory. To those who walk with reverence, it reveals itself again. You are meant to carry a fragment of it beyond these halls. The traveler felt a warmth stir in his chest, as though a light had been placed within him. Yet, before he could speak, the oracle turned toward the far end of the cavern, where the silver pillars rose like frozen waves. Your path does not end here, she said, her voice now an echo, drifting with the tide. Beyond lies the Hall of Echoes, where all voices of Atlantis gather. Go, and you shall hear the chorus of kings. With that, her form shimmered, and she stepped backward into the sea. Slowly, her cloak of silver dissolved into ripples, and soon she was gone. as though she had never been yet. Her presence lingered. Like moonlight after clouds have passed, the traveler stood in silence, his heart steadied by her words, before turning toward the silver pillars that marked the way ahead. Asterisk. The path through the silver pillars led the traveler into a cavern of astonishing scale. The ceiling arched so high it vanished into shadow, while the walls shimmered with faint golden filigree that pulsed like the rhythm of a heartbeat. At the center of the hall lay a shallow pool, its surface perfectly still, reflecting both light and shadow as though it were a mirror to another world. From the far edges of the chamber came the faintest murmur. The traveler froze, listening. The sound grew, layering upon itself low at first, then rising into a tide of voices that filled every corner of the hall. "We are the kings," they whispered. "We are the queens. We are the hands that built and the hearts that ruled. We are the memory of Atlantis." He stepped closer to the pool. As he did, the surface began to ripple, and with each wave, images and voices appeared. Kings in towering crowns, queens draped in flowing robes, warriors standing vigilant over the city, scholars tracing stars with careful hands. Each figure spoke, not in words alone, but in emotion, hopes, regrets, laughter, sorrow, filling the cavern with a living memory of lives long past. The chorus swelled, each voice harmonizing with the next, creating a melody at once soothing and overwhelming. It was the sound of Atlantis itself, a city alive, not in stone, but in memory. Echoing through the tides of time, the traveler knelt at the pool's edge, and the reflections shifted to show him something personal, moments he had witnessed on his journey, rising temples, the golden veins, the silver stare, the sea of memory, and tied them to Atlantis's story. He saw himself walking alongside kings and queens, listening, learning, becoming a part of their eternal song. Every footstep, every heartbeat, a voice murmured, layered with many others, joins the chorus. None are lost who remember. Time seemed too slow. The traveler felt weightless, suspended in a current of voices, images, and light. He understood that Atlantis had not vanished, had only hidden itself in memory, waiting for those who would honor it. As the chorus softened, the cavern dimmed, leaving only a faint shimmer from the golden filigree and the still pool. The path ahead opened into a narrow passage carved of black stone, leading deeper toward the city's most secret heart. The traveler rose, calm, yet filled with wonder, knowing he had become part of Atlantis's eternal echo. The narrow passage wound deeper into the earth, its walls dark and unadorned, a stark contrast to the glowing veins and silver tides he had seen before. The air grew heavier, still carrying the faint scent of salt, but now tinged with something metallic, like bronze, left long beneath the sea. At last, the passage opened into a chamber, small in size, yet vast in presence. Its walls curved smoothly, lined with alcoves, carved in perfect symmetry. Within each alcove rested a crown, untouched by time. Some gleamed with gold, others shimmered with silver or bronze, and a few were forged of strange metals that pulsed faintly with inner light. Jewels of impossible color caught the glow, casting soft rainbows that danced across the chamber. The traveler stepped inside, his breath hushed. The crowns were not displayed as treasures, but as guardians, each resting upon a stone pedestal inscribed with symbols of its bearer's reign. Some pedestals bore images of waves and ships, others of stars and constellations, others still of harvests and great halls of learning. Every crown carried a story, a legacy sealed in metal and stone. As he drew closer, the air stirred and the crowns seemed to shimmer. One by one, faint figures appeared above them, kings and queens in regal attire, their forms made of light. They did not speak as the chorus had spoken before, but they bowed their heads slightly, acknowledging the traveler. He moved slowly, pausing before each crown. He saw one shaped like the rising sun, its rays sharp and proud. Another curled like the crescent moon, adorned with pearls that glowed softly. One was wrought of hammered bronze, simple yet powerful, worn by a ruler whose strength lay in the loyalty of her people rather than splendor. At the far end of the chamber stood the largest alcove. Upon its pedestal rested a crown, unlike the Adirza circlet of deep blue metal, veined with streaks of silver that pulsed faintly, as though alive. It shimmered like the ocean under moonlight, and as the traveler gazed upon it, he felt the weight of centuries press gently upon him. This was not merely a crown, it was the crown of crowns, worn by the first and greatest of Atlantis's rulers, the one who bound the kingdom together from sea and stone. A whisper filled the chamber, not loud, yet powerful enough to echo in every alcove. Crowns are not for possession, but remembrance. Each is a tide, each a chapter. The kingdom lives not in jewels, but in memory. The traveler bowed before the crown of crowns, feeling no desire to take it, only to honor it. The light of the chamber grew brighter for a moment, as if in gratitude, before softening again to its calm glow at the chamber's rear. A door of carved obsidian revealed itself, its surface etched with spirals like waves in endless motion. Beyond it lay the next secret of the kingdom. The obsidian door loomed before the traveler, taller than any he had seen, carved from a single, flawless slab. Its surface shimmered faintly, reflecting the golden and silver lights of the chamber. But no hand could grip it, No force could push it open, yet the traveler felt it waiting, patient and sentient. Ancient symbols spiraled across the door, etched in bas-relief, depicting waves crashing upon stone, stars falling into oceans, and a single crown rising above them all. As he ran his fingers lightly over the carvings, a resonance thrummed through his hand and into his chest. The door was alive with the heartbeat of Atlantis, holding not only stone but memory, intent, and the very essence of the kingdom. A soft silver light flickered from the edge of the door, forming the faint shape of the cloaked oracle. She did not speak, yet her presence radiated calm. The traveler understood without words. This gate could be opened only by one who carried the respect of the city within their heart. He stepped back, taking a deep breath, and pressed his palms against the smooth surface. Slowly, the door responded, faint lines of light tracing the spirals carved in its body. It shivered once, twice, then began to open silently, sliding inward as though yielding willingly. Beyond the gate lay a narrow passage illuminated by a dim, deep blue light, like sunlight, filtered through the deepest ocean. The air smelled faintly of brine and ancient stones, and the traveler felt a quiet hum beneath his feet, the pulse of Atlantis guiding him forward as he stepped through. The walls around him shimmered faintly, showing glimpses of the city as it once was, the towering temples, the bustling marketplaces, the serene courtyards of queens and kings. Yet these images flickered like memory, never lingering long enough to grasp fully. At the passage's end, the traveler saw a chamber open into a vast expanse. Its floor was polished obsidian, reflecting the faint blue light above. The walls were carved with spiraling waves, and from the ceiling hung chains of crystals, each pulsing softly like distant stars. The passage had led him to the heart of secrets, a place so sacred that even the cloaked oracle had lingered only briefly at its threshold. Here, the city's deepest mysteries waited, unspoken but alive, ready to reveal themselves only to those who truly honored Atlantis. The traveler stood at the threshold, feeling the weight of ages pressing gently around him, and knew that the journey had reached its most profound stage. The traveler stepped into the chamber, and a profound stillness enveloped him. The air felt charged, alive with memories that stretched beyond time. The polished obsidian floor reflected faint ripples of blue light, as if the sea itself had been captured beneath the city's foundation. At the center of the chamber floated a grand sphere, smaller than the heart of the ocean temple, but no less radiant. Its surface was etched with symbols unlike any he had sent, twisting waves, spiraling stars, and lines that seemed to pulse like living veins. The sphere rotated slowly, each movement stirring the air with a soft hum, vibrating deep within his chest, around the sphere. Narrow streams of silver light arched gracefully, connecting it to the walls and ceiling. As he moved closer, the streams began to shimmer and shift, forming images of Atlantis as it might have been in secret, hidden academies, underground temples, councils of scholars and seers, vaults filled with knowledge, and corridors untouched by kings or conquerors. The traveler understood this was Atlantis's true heart, not its streets or harbors, not its gold or crowns, but its wisdom preserved for eternity. Here lay the knowledge of tides, of stars, of harmony between land and sea. Here lay the teachings that allowed a civilization to thrive in perfect balance with the world around it. A voice echoed softly through the chamber knot, the oracles, not the chorus of kings, but the voice of Atlantis itself. All that you have seen is but a surface, it whispered. The city's power is not in conquest or treasure, but in understanding. To know this is to walk with us in truth, carry it beyond these walls, and the memory of Atlantis will live again. The sphere pulsed brighter, and within its light, he saw visions of Atlanteans walking among humans of distant lands, sharing knowledge, guiding journeys, teaching harmony. He understood that the city had never truly vanished, had seated itself into the memory of the world, waiting for those who would learn rather than take. The traveler knelt before the heart of secrets, feeling the pulse of the city resonate with his own heartbeat. He felt a quiet awakening, a sense of being entrusted with a fragment of eternity, a fragment of Atlantis's wisdom and grace. As he rose, the streams of silver light contracted and pointed toward a narrow tunnel carved directly downward. The chamber was silent now, yet the traveler felt its guidance. The city itself was leading him onward, deeper into mysteries even kings had never dared to touch. The tunnel before him was narrow, carved from black stone and lined with faint veins of silver light. It sloped steeply downward, carrying the traveler into darkness that shimmered as if alive. The air was cooler here, dense with moisture, carrying the distant murmur of water moving through hidden channels as he descended. A gentle current of energy seemed to flow along the tunnel. It brushed against his skin like a caress, guiding his steps without words. Each footfall echoed faintly, joining the rhythm of the currents, as though the very stone beneath him was alive, flowing with unseen tides. Halfway down, the tunnel widened into a spiraling shaft, its walls etched with ancient symbols of waves, stars, and celestial alignments. The traveler traced them with his fingers, feeling the vibrations of history hum through his hands. The carvings told a story, the creation of Atlantis, the harmony of the seas, the kings and queens who ruled with wisdom, and the secrets buried beneath the city to protect its knowledge from time and greed. The currents grew stronger, and with them visions rose before him. He saw great floods of memory, temples collapsing, harbors swallowed by waves, yet beneath it all, streams of light persisted, carrying knowledge and hope into the hidden depths. He realized these currents were not just water, they were memory, alive, carrying the pulse of Atlantis itself. Suddenly, a low melodic tone resonated through the shaft, rising and falling like the swell of the ocean. The traveler closed his eyes and let it envelop him. The currents twisted and turned in response to the music, forming a river of luminous silver flowing downward. Following it, he felt as though he was riding the heartbeat of the city itself, pulled deeper toward the ultimate secret of Atlantis. At the bottom of the descent, the tunnel opened into a vast chamber. The silver currents cascaded into a glowing pool at its center, spilling over edges into channels that wound through the cavern-like veins of living water. The chamber pulsed with light, color, and sound, the culmination of everything he had seen, felt, and learned. The traveler stepped forward, understanding that this place, bathed in currents of memory and energy, held the final fragment of the city's eternal wisdom, waiting to reveal itself only to those who had walked its veins. Stairs and echoes with reverence. The chamber opened into a space of breathtaking scale, where light seemed to flow like liquid rather than reflect from surfaces. At its center lay the pool of eternal currents, a vast body of water that shimmered with every hue of the ocean, from deep midnight blue to glimmering aquamarine. Its surface rippled gently, yet the currents beneath moved with a purposeful, unseen energy, carrying with them the pulse of Atlantis itself. The traveler stepped closer, feeling the gentle hum vibrate through the floor and into his chest. Each step made the surface ripple, sending reflections of long-forgotten scenes across the walls. Atlantean scholars, writing in subterranean libraries, queens walking moonlit terraces, kings conversing with the tides, as if the ocean itself were a counselor. He knelt at the pool's edge, reaching his hand toward the luminous currents. As his fingers brushed the surface, the water responded, spiraling upward in threads of silver and gold. Within those threads, visions crystallized, the founding of the city, its greatest victories, and its inevitable fall into myth. But intertwined with them were moments of hope maps and wisdom preserved in hidden chambers, messages written in the rhythm of the tides, secrets meant to guide future generations. A voice, soft yet resonant, echoed from the currents themselves. Atlantis is not lost, it whispered. It lives in memory, in tides, in hearts that listen. Those who honor it carry its essence beyond the ocean's reach. The traveler felt the weight of centuries pressing gently upon him, yet it was not burden, rather, it was a gift. He understood that the pool was more than water. It was a living archive, a reservoir of knowledge, wisdom, and dreams of a civilization that had risen and vanished, leaving only currents to tell its story. As he moved around the edge, the currents shimmered into a delicate map of the city in its prime, complete with streets, harbors, temples, and hidden chambers. Light flowed from place to place, showing connections and patterns previously unseen. Each current seemed to whisper a lesson about harmony with the sea, the balance of power, and the responsibility of knowledge. The traveler sat in quiet reverence, letting the pool of eternal currents wash over his mind. He could feel Atlantis alive in a way no crown, statue, or temple could convey. It was the soul of the city, eternal, unbroken, waiting for those who would carry its legacy at the far end. Of the chamber, a silver stair rose toward. The currents parted gently, as if guiding him onward, toward the final revelations of Atlantis's hidden heart. The silver stair carried the traveler upward, each step illuminated by the soft glow of the currents that flowed around it. At the top, a radiant archway rose before him, carved from a single slab of iridescent stone. Its surface shimmered like liquid, reflecting the colors of the pool of eternal currents below and bending them into new patterns of light. Symbols swirled. Along the arch spirals, waves and stars intertwined in patterns that seemed to move, rearranging themselves when viewed from different angles. The traveler paused, feeling the hum of Atlantis vibrating through the arch, as though it were alive, breathing in sync with the tides of memory. As he stepped closer, the currents from the pool seemed to flow upward, converging upon the arch. In gentle spirals of silver and gold, they whispered in a chorus that was both sound and sensation, filling the chamber with a melody that resonated deep within the traveler's mind. All that is forgotten waits here, the currents murmured. All that is hidden lies beyond this gate. To pass is to see what no mortal has seen, to hear what the tides have kept silent. Taking a deep breath, the traveler moved through the arch. Instantly, the world seemed to shift. The silver and golden light wrapped around him, blurring the walls of the chamber until it felt as if he were suspended in an endless sea of flowing memory. Shapes emerged from the currents, cities rising and falling, kings and queens walking their streets, scholars writing, sailors navigating star-strewn oceans, all moving in harmony, alive yet intangible. At the center of this swirling tide stood a figure taller than any the traveler had seen, radiant with all the light of the currents. Its presence exuded calm authority, yet every motion carried the rhythm of the ocean itself. The figure extended a hand, and from its palm flowed a stream of silver light, winding outward to touch every vision in the tide, connecting the past and the present. "Welcome, traveler," the voice said, resonant as the currents themselves. "You have walked the veins and stairs, heard the echoes, seen the crowns, and touched the pool. Now you stand at the threshold of Atlantis's ultimate truth. All that we were, all that we are, and all that will be flows here. Know it, carry it, and let the memory live." The traveler stepped fully through the arch, and the currents embraced him. For a moment he felt weightless, surrounded by the eternal tides of Atlantis, the city's secrets, its triumphs, its sorrows, and its wisdom flowed through him, imprinting themselves upon his mind and heart. He understood that the arch was not merely a passage, it was a bridge between the living and the remembered, between mortal and eternal. As the light softened, he saw the golden illumination, signaling the next revelation, the culmination of all he had discovered. The traveler stepped through the glowing passage, and before him stretched the chamber of eternal light, a vast space bathed in golden luminescence that seemed to have no source. The walls shimmered with soft ripples, like sunlight passing through gentle waves, while the ceiling arched high, reflecting infinite constellations that glimmered as if alive. At the center of the chamber floated a magnificent orb, larger than any he had seen before, suspended in midair by no visible means. Its surface was a living tapestry of light, constantly shifting to depict scenes of Atlantis, its founding, its scholars, kings, queens, and citizens, all moving in quiet harmony. The traveler felt drawn toward it, as though the orb itself recognized him and beckoned him closer. As he approached, whispers filled the air, soft yet profound, not voices of the past alone, but the very rhythm of the city itself, the pulse of tides, the movement of scholars' hands across scrolls, the hushed laughter of children playing on sunlit terraces. Each sound resonated with the golden light, weaving together a tapestry of memory and wisdom. The orb pulsed, and within its glow, the traveler saw visions that transcended mere history. He saw Atlantis as a living consciousness, a city whose essence had been preserved not in walls or crowns, but in knowledge, harmony, and memory. Every decision, every ritual, every act of courage or compassion had been woven into the currents of this light, preserved for eternity. A voice, clear and singular now, spoke from the orb, carrying the authority of countless generations. Atlantis is eternal not through stone or gold, but through memory, through understanding, through those who honor its lessons. You who have walked our veins, touched our waters, and listened to our echoes, you now bear our legacy. Carry it with humility, for it is not yours to rule, but to remember. The traveler knelt before the orb, feeling the warmth of its light fill him, yet not burn an embrace of wisdom and calm. Images of the city's greatest triumphs and its quietest moments passed through him, imprinting lessons of balance, courage, and reverence for life. As he rose, the orb's light softened, but the chamber remained bathed in golden luminescence. A path of softly glowing stones extended from the far end of the room, leading upward, signaling the way out. The traveler understood that while he had reached the core of Atlantis's secret, his journey was far from over. He would carry the city's memory into the world above, preserving its wisdom for those who were ready to listen. The chamber of eternal light seemed to hum in quiet approval, as if acknowledging that the city's soul had chosen its next guardian. The soft, glowing stones stretched upward like a ladder made of light, winding gently toward a faint opening far above. The traveler stepped onto the first stone, feeling it steady beneath his feet, pulsing faintly as if acknowledging his presence. Each step he took seemed to harmonize with the heartbeat of Atlantis itself, a quiet rhythm that flowed through the stones and into his own body. As he ascended, the chamber behind him gradually dimmed, yet the golden light lingered in his mind, like a memory etched into his very being. The air grew warmer, carrying the gentle scent of salt and sunlight, promising a return to the world above while still tethering him to the city below. Along the path, the stones shifted slightly, revealing glimpses of the chambers he had passed. The pool of eternal currents, the archway of forgotten tides, the hall of echoes, and the chamber of eternal light. Each shimmered briefly as though to say goodbye, each reminding him of the lessons, memories, and wisdom he had gathered. He realized that Atlantis was not just a place beneath the sea, but a journey that had transformed him step by step, memory by memory. A soft hum filled the ascending path, mingling with the faint currents of air. The traveler felt the presence of the cloaked oracle once more, not beside him, but in the very light of the stones, guiding, reassuring, and reminding him that the journey was both an ending and a beginning. As he climbed higher, the tunnel widened, and patches of silver light from above began to seep in, mingling with the golden glow. He felt the pull of the surface world, its breezes, its open skies, its sunlight, yet he carried with him the weight and warmth of Atlantis's eternal knowledge. Finally, the stones ended at a gentle slope leading to an archway carved in coral-like stone. Through it, faint sunlight spilled, shimmering on water droplets and hinting at the ocean beyond. The traveler paused, taking a deep breath. He felt the pull of the world above, but also the pulse of Atlantis still flowing through him, a quiet, unbroken current of memory and wisdom. Stepping through the archway, he felt the ocean breeze brush his face. The world above waited, vast and endless. But now he was no longer merely a traveler. He was a bearer of the city's heart, carrying Atlantis not in stone or crown, but in knowledge, in memory, and in reverence. The traveler stepped through the coral-like archway and into the sunlight, the ocean breeze filling his lungs with crisp, salty air. The world above stretched endlessly before him, the glimmering waves of the sea, distant cliffs rising like sentinels, and skies painted in shades of gold and rose by the early morning sun. For a moment he simply stood, letting the wind and light embrace him. Yet he was not the same as when he had descended. Atlantis's currents, its tides of memory and wisdom, flowed through him. Every shimmer of sunlight reflected not only the world above, but the hidden city beneath, reminding him that the past and present could coexist if one honored the memory of what had been. He walked toward the edge of a cliff, looking down at the water that mirrored the sky. Tiny ripples caught the sunlight, sparkling like fragments of the pool of eternal currents. He realized the ocean itself carried whispers of Atlantis currents and tides that had touched distant lands, guiding sailors, inspiring tales, and shaping civilizations. Atlantis had never truly vanished. It lived in the rhythms of the world, flowing quietly, eternally. As he gazed outward, he noticed faint shapes in the waves' patterns that mirrored the golden and silver veins he had followed beneath the city. He understood now that the memory of Atlantis was a tide, a pulse that connected all things, visible to those who listened closely and moved with reverence. The traveler knelt at the cliff's edge. Placing his hands on the cool stone, he whispered, a quiet acknowledgement to the city below, gratitude for its lessons, respect for its wisdom, and promise to carry its memory into the world above. A soft shimmer passed across the water, as if the sea itself had heard him, and a gentle hum rose in the air, echoing the cadence of the city he had left behind. Rising, he walked along the shoreline, each step steady, each breath filled with purpose. He knew his journey was not yet complete, not in distance, but in the living world, where he would carry Atlantis's eternal heart. Every village, every traveler, every mind he touched could now hold a fragment of the city's memory if he guided it wisely. As the sun rose higher, the traveler smiled, feeling the unbroken pulse of Atlantis flowing through him. He was both observer and bearer, both witness and guardian, and the world above, vast and infinite, awaited the ripple of knowledge and wisdom he now carried. The traveler walked along the sunlit shore, feeling each grain of sand beneath his feet, as though the world itself were alive with memory. He carried within him the pulse of Atlantis, the wisdom of its kings and queens, the echo of its scholars, and the secret currents of its eternal heart. Every breath, every heartbeat reminded him of the city beneath the waves and the responsibility now entrusted to him. Villages dotted along the coastline began to awaken. Children ran to the water's edge, and fishermen prepared their boats for the day. The traveler moved among them quietly, observing, listening, learning. He did not speak of crowns or temples. Instead, he shared the lessons woven into his soul. Wisdom of balance, respect for nature, understanding of the tides, and harmony between people and the world around them. Those who listened found themselves inspired, their minds opening to ideas older than memory, yet alive in the present. The wisdom of Atlantis flowed through him like silver threads, connecting each person to something greater than themselves, reminding them of the unseen currents that shape all life. At night, when the moonlight touched the sea, the traveler would walk along the shore, feeling the rhythm of the tides beneath him. He traced patterns in the sand, teaching those who came to him how to read the currents, to follow the subtle guidance of the ocean, and to remember that all knowledge, all power, is greatest when used with respect and care. In time, the traveler came to be known not just as a wanderer, but as the keeper of tides, a guardian of the city's memory. His presence reminded all who encountered him that Atlantis was not lost, it lived in wisdom, in harmony, and in every tide that touched the shore. Yet he never claimed to own its secrets. He carried them lightly, reverently, allowing the currents to flow freely, teaching others only as much as they were ready to understand. The city beneath the waves remained eternal, and through him its pulse reached the surface, touching lives with whispers of golden and silver light, invisible yet unmistakable. As he stood by the shore, moonlight glinting on the rippling water, he felt a profound calm. Atlantis had entrusted him with its heart, and he vowed silently to honor it for as long as he walked the lands above, a bridge between the forgotten past and the living present. The traveler stood at the edge of the world, where sea met sky, and where every ripple seemed to carry both memory and promise. The moon hung low, casting silver paths across the waves, while the sun's first rays streaked gold across the horizon. He felt Atlantis alive within him, its wisdom, its light, its currents flowing through every thought, heartbeat, and breath in the distance. He saw the tides move with subtle patterns, whispering of distant lands and hidden knowledge. The world above was vast, yet he knew the city beneath still pulsed in harmony with it. Every wave that broke upon the shore carried fragments of the city's soul, a silent reminder that Atlantis had never truly vanished. The traveler walked along the coastline, leaving gentle footprints in the sand, each one carrying the echo of the city's lessons: balance, harmony, courage, and the quiet power of understanding. He saw children playing at the water's edge, fishermen setting sail, and travelers gazing at the horizon, unaware yet touched by the currents that flowed unseen beneath them. As night deepened, the silver light of the moon mingled with the golden glow of the fading sun, creating a shimmering tapestry upon the sea. The traveler raised his hands, and for a brief moment the ocean seemed to respond. Ripples danced in patterns of light, weaving together the stories of kings, queens, and citizens of Atlantis, bound forever to the memory of the tides. He realized then that the city's legacy was eternal, not in stone, not in gold or crowns, but in the hearts of those who remembered, honored, and carried its wisdom forward. Every kind act, every lesson shared, every ripple across the ocean was a continuation of Atlantis's song. The traveler knelt at the water's edge, whispering a final vow to the city beneath: "I will carry your memory, your wisdom, and your light. I will honor you in every tide, every breeze, every life I touch." Atlantis lives. The waves shimmered in response, silver and gold currents weaving into the moonlight, flowing endlessly. The traveler rose, feeling the eternal tide pulse through him, a bridge between past and present, myth and reality. He understood that his journey had not ended, had only begun anew, for Atlantis would live wherever its memory was cherished. As he walked along the shore, the wind carried a melody of whispers, laughter, and soft hymns of a city that had once ruled the depths, but now ruled hearts. The eternal tide flowed on, a silent, unbroken heartbeat of a kingdom lost, yet never forgotten. And so the traveler became a living vessel of Atlantis, a guardian of its eternal tide, forever carrying its light into the world above.